I heard you last night that you have a long presentation. But I ask that you will summarize the presentation in order for the more meaningful part of the exchange to take place, where the teachers of this nation can speak with you and you with them. I invite you, I'm not seeing, well, I invite you, so you will perhaps come to the podium and then return when it's time for the fielding of questions. Gentlemen, I'm not seeing the mic stands. I'm not quite sure if it is possible. No, not those stands. Those stands are very important. But up here, so you don't necessarily have to be handling the mic, Minister. So we would appreciate the ones for the table. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, let us put our hands together and welcome our Minister of Education, Senator Dr. the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. It's really good to be here this morning, and I have to do the acknowledgements, and I won't do everyone, and all of them know that I really treasure them being in the ministry team, but I will have to truncate it. I have to recognize the Honorable Rhoda Moy Crawford, Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information. And Madam President, she tells me that you and her were at Shortwood at the exact same time, studying together. So I'm sure you two are very familiar with each other. I want to also acknowledge Senator Marlon Morgan, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, Dr. Kassan Troop, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry, and all the senior members of the team. I won't go through everyone because it's a large group. Just want to acknowledge all of you this morning. Mrs. Lasagna Harrison, President of the Jamaica Teachers Association. Mr. Mark Malava, immediate past president, who I'm expecting to be here soon. Dr. Maureen Mullings Nelson, President-elect of the JTA, Dr. Mark Nicely, Secretary General of the JTA, other members of the Executive and General Council of the Jamaica Teachers Association, past presidents and other distinguished members of the association, principals and educators, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. Good morning. All right, so I'm going to go straight into my presentation. What my presentation really is just outlining some of the key initiatives that are taking place in the ministry, highlighting some things that are working and also some things that are not working. And I've always said that as Minister of Education, it's important that we start from a position of truth, because a lot of times I have found that things aren't working and we don't want to call them out or name them. And I believe it is very, very important that we name the areas that are not working and that we work towards fixing them. There's no need to sugarcoat everything. You can't sugarcoat things. You're not gonna fix things if you don't acknowledge that something is wrong. And I'm not that kind of minister. I know that the Ministry of Education has issues and we have to fix them. But I also understand that there's a lot of really good work that is happening in the ministry and in the schools in particular that need to be celebrated and that Jamaica needs to know. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to do today, trying to do a mix of that. I don't have the clicker, so I would like to have the clicker so that I can change the slides. All right, so the theme for my presentation today is building the education system Jamaica deserves. And the key thing is, And I think all of Jamaica knows, and we need to say it over and over again. None of the work that we need to do to fix the education system can be done without our educators being at the center of it. And that's what today will be about in terms of the discussions and your questions. But I want to start with commendations. This last year has been extremely difficult in our education system. It's been one of the most difficult years. A Category 5 hurricane is not something that you speak lightly of. 1 year later, almost, sometimes people forget that it was just a little bit, just some months ago that we had Hurricane Melissa. That is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and the year before there was Hurricane Beryl. The education system came under significant stress. And Jamaica needs to know, and again, acknowledge the work of our teachers and the leadership in our schools. Other countries would have buckled, but Jamaica did not. Why not? Because we have the best teachers anywhere in the world. And that's a fact. And so I salute all the teachers. I salute all the leaders in our schools, because the gains that we saw in spite of a hurricane are to be celebrated by this country, and I don't think it has been celebrated enough. When we look at the PEP results and putting them back up, when we look at the results from where our children were at grade 4 in 2024 to where they ended up in 2026, despite all the challenges, many of them started school during COVID, and then they would have had, some of them would have been affected by Hurricane Beryl. Then you had Hurricane Melissa, and look at the gains in literacy. In literacy, we had 79% of our children at mastery. We had 17% at almost mastery. And only 4% of our children are at non-mastery in literacy. Now, if that's not something to celebrate, I do not know what is. And this goes to our teachers and our leaders. In the ministry, we've put out some new policies, and we've, in terms of putting reading back on the timetable and giving out more books and helping to work with the literacy specialists. But that's part of it. The other part of the story is what I see when I go around to schools and see the initiatives happening in the schools. I see principals telling me that they changed their timetable and they put reading first thing in the morning because the children are most fresh at that time, and that's when you get them and you get the most learning gains at that time. I have principals telling me about their reading corners and their reading initiative. One school that has reading every single week on a Wednesday at 6 o'clock. All the children in the school go online on Zoom, and they have a reading session. Those are not coming from the Ministry of Education. Those are principals saying, I want to see my children literate, and they're doing the work. And so when we see these results, it's a mix of policy and our leaders getting it right. So when you have only 4% of your children at non-mastery in literacy, in an age where globally countries are worried about literacy, and we are worried here. And that's why we've said no child should leave primary school not literate. That's the goal. That's what we're working towards, and we're getting there. And so I thank all of you for that work. And I say again to Jamaica, we must applaud good work when we see it, and our teachers have done well in this area. The other area is in terms of numeracy. And this is a hard area because I feel like there are so many people with this cultural almost aversion to mathematics. And the parents push it on the children. And it is something we have to break. Because if we're going to become a developed country, and I know we can, we're going to have to do that on the back of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. They're going to be very, very important. So numeracy is important. But as I always say, and as educators who've studied this much more than I have, you know that the gateway to mathematics is through literacy. So the work that you're doing in literacy, over time, we're going to see the numeracy rates go up, and we have to continue on that work. But in numeracy this year, after all the hardships, we had 75% mastery for our grade 6 children across the board. Again, that's to be celebrated. And almost mastery was 18%. Non-mastery was only 7% of our grade 6 children across the system. When I announced the PEP results, I went as far as to show Jamaica questions that our children can do. They could see what an almost mastery child could do versus a mastery child. And an almost mastery child actually has quite a lot of mathematics skills. They're just not at the mastery level. And so there's work we can do to fix that. But again, this is an improvement that must be celebrated. I want to talk about CSEC. The CSEC results came out yesterday for our students. And here at this hotel, I had a very excited mother come to me. And she said to me that her child got 8 CXCs, all 1s and 2s. And she was so excited. She is a waitress here at the hotel. She struggles because she has to go home late many nights. She's not there with her child, but she has tried her best with her child, giving her the support that's needed. She talked about the school and how great the teachers were in supporting her child. She was grateful, and she sees that her child has a future that she may not have had. And that's valuable. And that's the work that our teachers do. You're helping Jamaicans like that lovely waitress to feel pride and to feel excited about their future and the future of their children. And so I congratulate all of the children who did CSEC. I congratulate all the teachers who worked hard under difficult circumstances. With PEP, it was a little bit easier because they're younger, and parents will just push them back into school, and the schools were so accommodating in bringing back the children in. But you all know that it was difficult to get those teenage boys in Western Jamaica back into the classroom. And so when I see the CSEC results, again, we have to salute our teachers and the leaders in our schools, given the difficulties. And again, that should be front page, don't it? Congratulations to the teachers of Jamaica for doing an excellent job, but it doesn't make front page. Maybe we can help to make it front page today. Because look at the CSEC results. Jamaica is above the regional average. So we always like to compare ourselves, but we are doing better than the rest. We are not where we want to be. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of work to be done, but there is good work that is happening. If we look at mathematics, which is our difficult area after a Category 5 hurricane, to be able to see a 4.8 points increase in our mathematics performance, no matter how small it is, we must celebrate it. I will tell you, I had anxiety over CSEC results and PEP results. CEO will tell you. Like, CEO, what you think going to happen with the results? CEO, you think they're ready for the exams? CEO, what you think? I'm always anxious about these results because I feel like they're my children too. And they are. And so for me, I am happy for children. I'm happy for their parents. I am in awe of what our teachers and leaders have been able to do in moving mathematics up even after a hurricane. In terms of English A, we remain above the regional average again. And that one is a little bit flat. So last year we were at 85% in terms of English A passes, and this year at 83.6%. And so what's important is that we are above the regional average again in mathematics and English A. What's even more need for celebration is that we got some gains in other areas that we don't often talk about. In geography, and all the geography teachers, you don't get your kudos. Geography, our passes are up 16.2%. In chemistry, our passes are up 9.8%. Chemistry. In social studies, up 8.7%. Physics, 8.3% improvement. Technical drawing, 6.1% improvement. Biology, 5.1% improvement. You knew the mathematics one already at 4.8, and then music went up by 4.7%. In fact, 18 of the 34 subjects that we do showed improvement over last year. 18 subjects. That is a big deal. And that's what I want on the front page. 18 of 34 subjects improved. Jamaican teachers showing the world how to be resilient. That's what the front page should be. So, continuing. The other thing I want to show here today, again, was the regional analysis. And in terms of CSEC, we just got the results. Last night, we were also still trying to crunch numbers. The way we get the numbers, it's very difficult because I want to do some analysis of what has happened in the West and so on. So we'll be bringing out more information in terms of the results as we do the analysis. But I just wanted to note again, for the PEP ones, we had looked at it by region. So we're looking at what's happening in the areas that had the hurricane versus those that weren't as badly damaged. And so if we look at Region 3, Region 4, and Region 5, the main affected areas, you can see that our students did amazingly well in terms of literacy, numeracy, language arts, and mathematics. The children did not suffer from the hurricane. So when we did the analysis of those who were in the hurricane affected areas, it was the same. And every single region cleared the 70% national target for literacy mastery. Every region met that target. And so, obviously, we have to say thanks to all our teachers for those results. What it says is, the interventions, your work is working. Obviously, I know every teacher is wanting more. You want more and more of your students to have the top grades. And that's what we have to work on. And that's what we will continue to do. I know every teacher wants 100% passes. And of course that part too. But just noting again this devastation, because we don't talk about it enough. It's a 1 in a 100-year disruption. It's a huge disruption. And it has had big impact structurally across the country. In terms of schools, it's 686 schools that were damaged. Public schools. 686. That is a huge number. And when you juxtapose that with your PEP and your CSEC results, it's even more astounding. 152,000 students were affected by the hurricane, and 8,000 teachers were also facing upheaval and displacement. And there's a huge rebuilding mandate to rebuild our schools. And how much is that money? $25 billion to reconstruct our schools. That's a lot of money. Let me put that in context. Let's look at what we've spent after the hurricane. On roof repairs, those allocations through the roof program. Yes, thank you. The allocations through the roof program, you've heard it. $10 billion given to persons in the West who needed the support to rebuild their roof. $10 billion. Water supply restoration got $3.2 billion. Okay. Small businesses allocated $3 billion. The health sector allocated $2.08 billion. Education allocated $25 billion. We have to put that in context. The majority of the rebuilding allocation after the hurricane and the recovery funds from the insurance policies and so on have gone to education. $25 billion. And so I think it's important that we place a lot of things in context. And this is one that we have to contextualize. So I know for me and my begging and the PS's begging, we have, I think, been successful in putting education at the top of the list in terms of allocations for rebuilding. And that's why we've been able to get $25 billion. And I'm very happy we've gotten that. It's a large sum of money, but again, the scale of the devastation is so wide. And so work is going on across a lot of schools. And you can see Lime Tree Garden Primary. You can see work that we're doing at Mandeville High School. We're doing work at Louisville High, their admin block. There's work that's being done there. There's work being done across the country. But again, this is where honesty is important. You would have seen me going around to schools and going around unannounced. Why am I doing that? Because I don't just take a report and say, this is the report. I go and I check for myself. And I have found that sometimes when I go to the site and everybody knows I'm coming, all the workmen are there, working really hard. But when I go unannounced, I often don't see them so hard at work. So yesterday I went to some schools since I was going to be here, and that was a similar story in some of the schools. And so that's one area that obviously more work is needed, because we have a lot of schools that are delayed in terms of the reconstruction. And as you saw, $25 billion worth of contracts have gone out to contractors. It's a lot of money that's been allocated. And so we need to see the work happening. And so we're out there monitoring, seeing some of the work. It's not gone as well as we want. We're looking at the quality of the work also. But this is something that I need your help with also. If you see substandard work, report it in. Whenever it's going too slow, report it in. Now, I understand that for some schools, because of the scale of the damage, we've taken the opportunity to improve some of the structures. So there are some schools that were on shift. What we're doing is using the time to de-shift. Since we're already in there doing major work, where it is possible, we are doing that. And then there are some other areas where if we can slab the roof to prevent the zinc going the next time, we do that. If the building is structurally sound. If it's not structurally sound, we cannot do that. So where we can, we're working to build back better. I was at one school yesterday that was actually doing quite well in terms of the repairs, at least at one of the campuses. And at that school, they were getting solar installed as a part of the process, and their staff rooms were being redone. And so where we can add and layer on more improvements, we are doing so as a part of this reconstruction, because that $25 billion, we have to maximize it. We have to get the most that we can get out of it, so that, because, you know, it's not a little sum of money. And I always say, it's taxpayers' money. And so the taxpayers of Jamaica need to get the results from it. I would have noted staff rooms, because this is an area that for me is very important. We have to, as we do these renovations, a key area I've asked Net and the team to look at is, where possible, to look at how we can improve the staff room. There are a lot of very hot classrooms. I go to a lot of schools to visit, and I always go in the staff room, and the staff room hot. I always have to be taking off my jacket in the staff room. And so it's very important that staff rooms are air conditioned. It's important that they look better. And so it's very important. We start with the staff room, and then over time we look at how we can have our schools have better cooling, but obviously we have to match that with the electricity costs. So we're going to have to do a more major solar push across the system. So that's to come. But remember, we have to do things in stages. Right now, the priority is using that $25 billion to rebuild the schools. Once we're out of this phase, then we can move to the future phase, which is how we use solar more so that we can get more of the school plant to be cooled appropriately. And so as we're doing this work, we have 74 of the schools already with Melissa-related, of the Melissa repairs. 74 of the schools have spaces for teachers earmarked as a part of the rehabilitation. We've already done 41 of them, and we have 50 administrative facilities also to be upgraded as a part of this initiative. In terms of some of the staff rooms, it's across the board. Most of them are in St. Elizabeth. We have some in Westmoreland, 11 in Westmoreland, 21 in St. Elizabeth, 10 in St. James, 8 in Trelawney, 7 in St. Anne, 5 in Hanover, 1 in Manchester, and 1 in Portland, where we're going to be undertaking these capital projects to improve the staff rooms. In terms of admin blocks, we're looking at several schools, and some of them are included on the slides, including Port Antonio High, New Forest High, Brownbrook Primary, Denham Town High, Nain High, Aracabessa Primary, Aberdeen High. And then in terms of some of the standalone staff rooms, we have the Stony Hill Technical High School, and we have the Papine High Schools that we've added on also. Another question that I heard come up was in relation to other repairs. And I just want to note that in the budget, we have a recurrent amount for infrastructure repairs. And I just wanted to point out some of these repairs that we have. We have critical repairs projects, and there's an allocation there. So we do 30 million to each region so that they can do quick critical repairs. So if something critical comes up, they can just go out and do that work and not have to come through central ministry. And then we have significant maintenance projects. A school may need a sewer system or something more significant. Each year we allocate, well, in this budget, we've allocated 106 million to that. We've allocated 210 million to the regions, and we have some carry forward projects that we're also finishing up, about 76 million. We also have our staff room project, which is $100 million for improvements there. This is another big one, the termite treatment project. Termites are a problem, and I've seen it in many regions. I think the one I've seen it the most is Region 7. It seems worse there, but it's across the board where we have termite issues. And so we have $100 million allocated for termite treatment, and in this budget year, 71 schools will be receiving significant termite treatment. We also have our special needs, special education infrastructure project. We've allocated $100 million to that, and that's specifically to have more special needs departments within schools. And we have our infant school modernization project. So we have an additional $713 million that we're working with in the recurrent budget. That's about some fixes for schools, not the big rebuilding ones. So the other thing I just wanted to note again, which has been noted here, is in terms of funding for our schools. And this has been important. In the ministry this year, we didn't get a huge new allocation in our budget. So what we had to do was to move around things. And the principals in particular have been saying that they want an increase in their allocations. And so we moved funds from other areas. We didn't get extra to do it. We just moved things around so that we could give the schools more money. And one of the things I have to note, there's always a trade-off when you get your budget from Ministry of Finance. They're not giving us any more, so you have to move it around. So we found this $835 million pool of funds. There were some things that we thought about. We thought about using it, and this is operational expenses. So we could have used it for additional maintenance, or we could have looked at it in terms of the teaching and learning. But what we agreed to do was to give it back to the schools so that the schools could use it instead of us in the ministry using it. We felt it was a better decision to give it back to the schools. And so that's what we did with the new operational grants that have been provided to schools. On average, it is a 50% increase, but our early childhood institutions, our primary schools, and our special education departments were prioritized. So their increases are larger than at the secondary level. And that was in response to what you've said to us. You've said to us that we need to put money at the base to fix the problems at the base, or else you're going to keep having the problem at the top. So this reallocation and refunding actually came out of what you've told me last year. And that's how we did it this way. We also prioritized our NSLIP schools, because the reality is we have to, over time, work through how we get more equity in the system. A school that has a very involved past student association willing to, do a lot of fundraising is different from a school that does not have that. They can't raise funds in the same way that another school can. And so the way we allocate funds has to be done more equitably, or else our schools that are at the bottom won't ever be able to rise to the top. And that's what we're starting to do. I'm not saying that we're there. That's what we're starting to do with this new funding model approach. I also want to note that in terms of some of our special education institutions, most of them are up by more than 90% in terms of their operational allocation. And I have some of them that went up to 300% increase. That says where our priorities are. I also want to note that we have $75 million in the ministry ring-fenced for school-led literacy programs. These are for our schools that have literacy challenges. So if you have an idea of something you want to do in your school, and your operational funds doesn't allow for it, you have a nice initiative, you write it up, you send it through your regional team, and we'll give you that money. So this is your money. You will say what works. And one of the reasons I asked for this to be done is, and this is something fundamental for me, I don't believe the ministry has all the answers. And as I've gone to schools, I've seen principals and teachers with really nice innovations. And what I want is to say to you, if you have an innovation and you want to try it, reach out to us and let's give you some money to try it. Now, everything's not going to work perfectly, right? Sometimes it's not going to work out. And that's okay. We just need to document it. Know what worked, what never worked so good, and then next time you tweak it. And you say, ministry, I did it last year. I asked you for $1 million for my initiative. Didn't get the results I expected, but I know that these were the things that never worked so well with it. So I want to try it again, and this is my new innovation. So this is money for you. So if you have an idea, if you want to try something in your school, we've set aside that fund. You know what's going on with your students. You know what can work with them. What works in one school is not going to work in another necessarily. And so this is where I'm saying to you, I want you to try things. Try different methods. And we are here, and we're going to support you through that. And so this just shows, in terms of the new operational grants, the allocations, 30% to learning enrichment, 15% to STEAM/TVET, 20% of the budget should be used for repairs and maintenance, 25% for admin, and that 10% for student welfare, which is, if you have additional students, for example, who aren't on path, and I think every school has this. You have children who are not on path, but you know they need help. And so that 10% is there for you to be able to support those children even though they're not on path. The other area that I want to talk about, and I said I'm just going to touch on a number of things, and then I'll take all your questions, and I won't be much longer. The TVET labs. TVET is dear to my heart, and TVET is absolutely critical. With all the changes happening globally, TVET is the area that is going to take the world forward. That's where we're going to have jobs. And that's where I need your help with telling parents that your child wanting to be a plumber is a good thing. It is a good decision. I want you to be able to tell your parents that if your child wants to do construction, that's great. There's a shortage of construction workers globally, plumbers globally, electricians globally, skills generally. There is a dearth of those individuals. TVET has to be more centrally integrated, even in traditional high schools. It has to be, and you and I agree on this one. And another thing I think we agree on, and that I would like to work on during the time that I'm in this ministry, don't know how long that will be, but I want to work on our children not just talking about their CSECs that they've left with, or their City and Guilds, but also their skills certification. They need to leave high school with skills certification. Now, that's a fundamental change in the system, but it's something that I'm committed to working with, and I hear the president is also interested in that area. So that is something I'll be coming back to the JTA on to help me in championing that change in our system, because it's important that we have more skills certification in our high schools. One of the things that you will see me working on in the coming year is some revamps to HEART. HEART needs to do more in the high schools. But I am constrained by the legislation. The legislation says that HEART can only work with children from 17 years up. So I will be working to change that legislation so that we can have HEART working more in the schools, and therefore we can get more support for TVET in our schools. That's a big change. So when I do it, I want to hear you supporting me in public, that this is something that is important for our schools. And so in relation, not sure what's going on here, in relation to our labs, right, we are going to be continuing our work in having modern labs. I said this last year. It's always depressing when you go into a school and see a 1960 lab with the rusty equipment and the desks and the chairs, all rusty. That does not build children ready for the world that it is now and is moving very quickly to. And so we need Industry 4.0 in our high schools. We need to have really world-class, nice-looking labs in our schools. That's very, very important. And we've already had 6 schools benefiting from a HEART initiatives that we've initiated, which is having autonomous robotics labs. Autonomous robotics is important. It is happening already in our country. Many of our big plants are already using robots. So manufacturing in Jamaica is using robots and very high technology. Our children need to know this and be exposed to it. And that's why we're putting this technology in our schools. So we have started with 6 of them, and there are going to be many more. If you're a school that's interested, let us know. Because one of the key things is, if you're interested in things that I talk about, tell me so that we can put it in your school. It's always better when it goes with leaders or a teacher who's really interested in the area to carry it forward. And so we're starting with Dunoon Technical, Nakalva Technical, St. Elizabeth Technical, Jose Marti Technical, Froome Technical, and Herbert Morrison Technical. So those are the first ones that are getting these autonomous robotics labs. We're also continuing our work with TVET in our labs. 15 of our 15 technical high schools, there's a 400 million funding for that. And we are working through that. Here are the areas. Again, Homewood Renewable Energy, St. Elizabeth Technical, Mechatronics, Jose Martin, Mechanical Engineering, Dint Hill Technical, Digital Construction and Mechanical Engineering. Vare Technical is getting a virtual welding lab. Froome Technical, their autonomous mobile robotics. Stony Hill Technical is getting a digital construction lab. Dunoon, autonomous mobile robotics. St. Andrew Technical is getting a renewable energy lab. Kingston Technical is doing virtual welding. St. Thomas Technical, electrical engineering. St. Mary Technical, autonomous mobile robotics and industrial controls. Marcus Garvey Technical, renewable energy. Nakalva Technical, autonomous mobile robotics. Herbert Morrison Technical, autonomous mobile robotics, and optoelectronics. So these are across all of our technical high schools. And don't worry, once we finish these, we move on to the other schools. And the key thing is that these labs can't be normal labs because we're putting in world-class equipment in there. We want our children to go in there and see things that they don't even have in North America. That's the goal of these labs. And so we're also continuing with our flagship labs outside of the technical, just the technical project we have with HEART. And you see Jose Marti and their smart greenhouse, Vare Technical and their agro-food processing lab, Stony Hill Technical, their EDPM and customer engagement lab, St. Mary Technical, electrical and renewable energy, digital animation and graphics at the Mannings School. And we're working through phase 3 to add more schools. And then we're doing a science equipment project. Again, this is the other one. Biophysics, chemistry labs empty across Jamaica. I go in the lab and I don't see no equipment, not even a Bunsen burner. So This is another thing that we'll be doing. You see on your screen the range of schools that are getting new science equipment. We say we're becoming a STEAM country. You can't be a STEAM country if you don't have lab equipment. And so that's a priority. There are a number of schools there across all of the regions where we're going to be giving all of this science equipment to. The other area that you've spoken to me about is the shift system and ending it. Obviously, with the hurricane and with some of the repairs, we're going to be a little bit delayed with some of that work, but it's still the priority to get the schools off shift. Some schools have had to add shifts because of the work happening in their schools. So we need to get that completed as quickly as possible so we're not adding to the numbers of schools that are on shifts in any kind of long-term way. So we've looked at Donald Quarry High. That's already operating on a full-day timetable. There's still some more work to be done there in terms of infrastructure work. Spanish Town High School is prioritized for term 2. Ensom Primary is also prioritized. And we're looking at Boundbrook and Port Antonio Primary for the next school year. And so we'll continue on that drive to end the shift system. Last year when I came, you also told me about a gazetting problem for schools. And so there's been a task force established in the ministry to deal with gazetting. And these are, on your screen, you see 15 institutions that we have flagged and we're currently working on in terms of gazetting. And the gazetting process, because this should have been done years ago, we're having to do a lot of work to find the paperwork and all of that so that we can take it through the Attorney General chambers and through Minister of Finance and so on to get the schools gazetted. But this is an ask you had of me last year, and I'm giving you an update that we are working on it, and we're actually in an advanced state with some of them, Nain High School, New Forest High School, Aberdeen High, Rosebank High, and the others, we are working through the paperwork to get them completed. A few quick policy updates in terms of policies that you'll see coming forward in short order is the National Student Dress and Grooming Policy. That's very important. Again, I note, and I've said this before, school is not a runway. You go to school to learn. If you have rules around uniform, that's the rule. That's the rule. And I want you to be adamant about that. If the rule is your hair is low cut, your hair is to be low cut. I don't understand. I literally do not understand. And so what this National Dress and Grooming Policy will do is codify that. It says that a school must have its grooming policy written. It must share it with the parents so the parents know this is what you're getting into when you go to the school. And then you implement it. You say what are the sanctions and you stick to it. And then it has in there that, you do your consultations, right? Well, as with any policy. You hear from the students, you hear from the parents, and you as administration, you come up with your policy. And then you circulate it. So that will be done in short order. And as I said, students must follow the rules. And parents must encourage the children to follow the rules. Because a lot of times that's where the problem is. And so we will have a zero tolerance on this. Students must wear their uniforms and must follow the rules of the school. You will also be seeing our policy on special education. That's been debated and discussed and had consultations for long periods. And so that will be finalized in the coming months. Another area that I'll be focusing on is boys' education, closing the gender gap. Every single bit of data that I get to analyze shows our boys behind our girls, academically. there's a crisis of our boys. And we have to figure it out as a country. We can't have the women moving forward and the men not right there beside them. Thank you, Madam President. Who they going to marry? And I have so many of my girlfriends complaining. Can't find a husband. We need to work on our boys. We need them side by side with our women. We have the largest percentage of women in management in the world. That's an amazing statistic. But we need our men to step up also. So we have to work through what does that look like in the classroom. And so this is I've asked Senator Morgan to work on this for me. I don't want a long report. I don't like long reports. We already know instinctively some of the things we need to do. There have been lots of studies. We need to put it together quickly and just have some quick things we can do and changes we can do that can have impact on our boys. And there will be educators as a part of this process. We have to think it through. Is it that we need more residential spaces? Do we need to take the boys out their communities? And that's some of the other, we have a lot of questions to answer on this one, but it is something that we have to do. The other area that you'll be hearing from me quite a bit on is just the whole matter of discipline. I started it with the grooming policy. There's a breakdown of discipline in our society. And we're seeing it a lot in our schools because our children are coming in from those communities and those homes where discipline just does not exist. And we are going to have to do a lot more to instill discipline in our children. And so one area that has really worked really well is when you look at the uniformed groups in schools. Especially, I know I love going to the high schools and seeing the cadets. It's always so great to walk into a classroom, a boisterous classroom, making sure the rules are followed. If you don't do it in the schools, our country is going to not. And so, obviously, you do it within the rules of the ministry. There's a mandate, obviously, we can't be abusive, right? But we have to have the rules, and the children must stick to it. And I will support you when you put down your foot. I will support you. The other thing you'll hear me working on, and I think this is the last one I'll talk about, maybe, is revised governance guidelines. This is something that you've spoken about, I've seen from my time before becoming Minister of Education. The quality of the results in a school often is linked to the leadership at the board level, at the principal level, and I see from our principals, I get every principal who is supposed to be appointed, I get the documentation, I see all of your files, and we have excellent principals. I see the qualifications and so on. But it's important that we also have that at the board level. Amen. Our boards need to be filled with individuals who can help our schools move forward. So you're going to see me come with legislation to change the way boards are appointed. So it's going to be based on their ability to do the work. So very objective standards. I've already started that. Every board comes to my desk. If the board is for a school that has results that are challenged, I pick it out and I go through the CV of the chair. Every single board, actually, I go through the CV of the chair to make sure that that chair can do the job. I'm not backed by legislation, no. I'm just doing that. But it is something that we have to do going forward to ensure that we have the right people on our boards, especially leading the boards at the chairman level. So some of the things we'll be looking at is looking at standardized composition, so all the schools have the same size board. Looking at how we select board members, trying to have a national pool of persons to volunteer with the requisite skills, doing more training, having a fit and proper criteria, because your chair has to be fit and proper in order to chair a board. And then also looking at the process, because sometimes the process takes too long to get the boards appointed. And so that's another area that you've spoken to me about and that I will be working on going forward. I'm going to close because I know you have a lot of questions, but I just wanted to note that my approach to this role really is very much around listening and talking to people. And that's why I do as many school visits as I do, because I want to hear from the teachers, I want to hear from the principals, I want to be in the classroom, I want to see what's going on, because that's the only way I can make good decisions is by listening to the key persons who are on the ground. And I will continue to do those school visits and hear from my teachers and the leadership in our schools. This year and previous years, we do regional back-to-school conferences. Every region has this, and they have all the principals from the region there, and it's been well supported. And I go to those that I can. We usually split it up. If I go this year to these, I will go to those next year. But I go there, and I take an hour of questions from our principals and teachers, and sometimes VPs are there, and sometimes board chairs are there, and I take the questions. And this year, I've done it again like I did last year. In addition to that, we have our monthly JTA meeting on the second Wednesday of the month. We do that meeting, and the JTA team, leadership team, comes to that meeting. They speak about issues that teachers are confronting, and we actually have our action sheet, and it tracks everything that JTA has noted as an issue, and the ministry gives an update in the next meeting as to where we are against that. So there's a lot of dialogue, and I am one for dialogue, and I will continue to do that. Why do I do that? Because it's the only way you really should lead. And I'm very respectful of you. I'm respectful of the JTA and the positions of the JTA, and President Malava over the last year has come to that meeting on a Wednesday with his list. And the following Wednesday, we come back from the ministry with our list of responses, sometimes not fully resolved. And I'll say, I don't understand that. And President Malava will say, yes, I don't understand that update. But we'll continue like that. What we are doing is important. It's important work. And we will only do that work through dialogue and mutual respect. And so my pledge to you is that I will continue to show respect. I will continue to dialogue. I will continue to listen to what your issues are, and I will continue to work as hard as I can to improve our education system for the time that I am there. And of course, very importantly, I will continue to pray for everyone in this education system and ask that God guide and that God covers everyone in this important work that we all do. Thank you all. I'm welcoming your questions.
We thank our minister, colleagues, in our JTA PAC training we had once, and the trainer said, if you're clapping, you're clapping. If you're not clapping, then it's another. So if we're putting our hands together for the minister, let us do that. So we thank her for her comprehensive and I'm sure concise as much as she could have. Yes, submissions to the conference, and really being cognizant that we want more of the time where it is that you have your exchange. So, Minister, we hear you, I hear you. I believe my question remains, and my question is never really to the Ministry of Education, predominantly it's to the nation, about the monies, the amount of money we inject in education. I still believe my question is relevant, because though I note and the emphasis on the 25 billion, we know that 25 billion is still not adequate. How we're going to source and get the rest that is needed is the conversation that needs to be had, because I note you to say also that it was a reshifting of funds that was done as it relates to the new model, because you have not gotten an increase, a great increase per se. 237 of the 1,010 schools read the infrastructural attention. That's 23%. And while I know every single school is not in need of infrastructural development, we do know in particular that for many schools, the same way they were built, from the time they were built, they have remained in the same condition pretty much for their existence. I asked a question in my opening, and I'm seeking a response. I don't know the principal of Mile Gully. I don't know who that individual is, but I can remember going there on campaigning. That school has been on task, to be relocated for years. Years. And the school remains in. It is not fit to carry out the business of education. I don't know that principal, and that principal has not reached out to me, but it is from my observation, and that is just one school, Minister. Infrastructural support needs more attention than just the 237 that is listed there. And the 100 million towards Shichi repairs, termite repairs, Minister. It needs as little troops more than that. Many schools. And I would also put a little caveat too. You know, some of the persons whom we contract, because from personal experience, someone came, did some work at the school, and boy, I tell you, either the insistence of the termite or the non-effectiveness of the job done, but the termites are very resilient. They have. So, and I hear you on the matter of discipline, and I thank you for, I hope that makes headline, that schools run on rules, and that the rules of the schools must be adhered to by parents and students alike. And teachers. I also want to underscore, as you talk about discipline, that character formation, the values and attitudes needs addressing. The emphasis on the importance of devotions, and that cannot be restricted to 15 minutes in schools. reviving of dying subjects such as civic education, history, to help our people truly understand who they are. They are critical. I seek an update as I listen to you. Cokesview Primary, Grange Hill Primary, and several others where work has not yet begun. Don't know if it has begun since we receive our reports from our regional persons on the ground. And also, what are the intentions of the ministry towards Chantilly Primary, Mount Horeb, Q Park, and a few others? I hear you with the TVET labs, but it needs money. And I hear you also about the legislative change in order for you to rechannel perhaps some of the Heart Trust money to help you to carry out that TVET task. She didn't say it, but she implied it. So boys' education, that one is a critical one as well. I humbly submit that if we perhaps pay the teachers well, all teachers, then one solution could be that of retention of more men in the classroom. Colleagues, kindly remember that checkout is at 12. And my last submission, Minister, as it relates to the uniform groups, could you say what budgetary allocation is provided? Because many of these groups are struggling to carry out their mandates. These very same uniform groups that it is that we want to depend on in order to help us with the discipline in our schools. And will there be any thrust to reduce the political interventions in the board as you seek to make changes where boards are considered? I should ask the permission before I actually sit. Conference, permission to operate from the chair for the remaining proceedings. Bless you. Thank you so much. And so while I seek to sit, I'm establishing we have 4 mics. Are the 4 mics still up and running? If you deem it important, and I pray you do, that you want to posit a question, statement, inquire, please. So we have mic 1, mic 2, mic 3, mic 4. And we will take the 4 questions of the first individual standing at the mic. Minister will answer, and then we do another round. Okay, colleagues? Thank you. And please, and coming from someone who has been standing there, please ensure that your questions can be as pointed as possible. Thank you so much. Remember, our protocols state who you are, yes, whom you represent, and go ahead with your question to our minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the minister for her presentation. My name is Dean Palmer, member of Montego Bay DA2. My question is, Minister, last month, ETOC Chair, Dr. Stokes, indicated that the JTC bill will be retabled in this legislative year. Right? It was missing from your presentation. He indicated that there was extensive consultation and there would have been several concerns from the teachers and our union. I want to find out if it is that ETOC or you as minister would have engaged our union about the concerns that we have raised with respect to the JTC bill. That's my question, Minister.
Madam
with the
Chair.
latest set of concerns.
Sure. Madam Chair, am I to take each one, or are we going to do a batch? How are we doing it?
We're doing one by one? We're doing a batch, Minister, so I'll take. So we note Mike 1's question, we're taking Mike 2, 3, 4, then you answer those, and then we start another round. Bless you.
Shernette Powell, General Counsel. Good morning, Minister and team. Good morning, colleagues. I am happy to hear that there's a new operational grant, Minister, and I look forward to that of the special education and infant at Point Elise Primary School in St. Catherine. My question, though, is, can you tell us or give us the government's position on the graduate allowance?
Ray Howell, trustee. Minister, I'm happy that you mentioned going solar. Your ministry spends, in my estimation, between $3 and $4 billion annually on electricity bills. I'm suggesting that you look at public-private partnership to set out the schools within the next 5 years, and that saving can go back into deal with the upgrading of the schools. Update, Madam, on the following. The appointment of boards in grades in regions 6 and 7 and other regions that are due in 2026 as per cycle. The number of teachers approved for 4 and 8 months vacation leave. The status of persons retired in the past 2 years and who have not received pension payment. Could the ministry make arrangement for continuous health insurance during the transition period? Can the ministry give endorsement to the JTA Surgical Protector plans through your normal school bulletin? May I also suggest that the ministry give support to annual executive profile to be done by our teachers before returning to school in September? Kindly give an update on the number of infant department of primary school being established in the school year and the previous 2 years, bear in mind that we have over 2,500 basic schools with students not getting the required teaching learning process. Thank you very much.
Loretta Roberts here, Delegate East Kingston, DA. Loretta Roberts, East Kingston Delegate. All right, my question to you, Minister Morris. I've listened to you congratulating teachers on their commitment in achieving. Now I speak from my school, Vauxhall High School. We are a shortage of classrooms, so teachers do not have adequate space to deliver lessons at times. We also, our science lab is in a deplorable condition and is not equipped with the necessary tools and equipment to allow our students and teachers to do proper practical work. I think 2 years ago, I was contacted and they came in and they did a run through of the lab. And I was told that they would do some negotiating and come back to the table with something. It's been 2 years, nothing. My question is, what is in place for schools like mine that are not able to deliver chemistry or physics, which our students need to qualify and move into their chosen careers? Thank you.
All right, thank you for that first round of questions. I'll start with the first question in terms of the JTC bill. And as you all know, that the Jamaica Teaching Council bill has been, going through the rounds for many, many ministers before me. I think it started with Maxine Henry Wilson. And so it's not a new bill. When President Malava, sitting right beside me, indicated that immediate past President Malava, he indicated that there were some concerns, additional concerns, with the JTC bill in one of our meetings, or Wednesday, or monthly Wednesday meetings. I immediately said, okay, I will wait for the JTA's feedback. I did a meeting with the JTA executive team in January, and the JTA promised me to send me their concerns in writing, and we had an agreed timeline. The JTA did write us back and say, can we get some extra time to go back through the bill to finalize our work? I said, absolutely. I'm willing to wait. I've told you, I'm very, very much about dialogue and talking through things. And so I did. And so I waited for those to come back in. They came back, and we went through them. Almost everything that was asked, I've made adjustments to the bill. And so we're finalizing the bill now to table it. We will share it before we table it. And just noting that this new version of the bill has been done in terms of listening. And so the JTA and I met, as I said, gave the JTA time to work with their teams, their attorneys, to write officially what the concerns were. After that, I took all the concerns, I read them myself, went through the bill, wrote on the bill, agree with this from the JTA, we should do this, and have made changes. And so our legal teams are just finalizing the changes that have been referenced. So yes, the JTA has been engaged on the JTC bill. There was a question, I'm going to come back to the graduate allowance one, but there was one on solar. And I agree with your suggestion on moving to solar, and that's really our goal over time. So I just wanted to note that your idea of PPPs, I like it, but we're starting a little different, but I do think that maybe over time the PPP idea may be the best one. Our PPP framework can be a little cumbersome to work through and can lengthen the process, but it's something we could look at. But I want to tell you, though, that e-learning is already starting that work. So we understood the issue of the electricity concern. And especially with Hurricane Melissa, that showed us a lot of concerns where schools couldn't come back up because of electricity challenges. So solar has to be a part of our strategy. Now, obviously, I'm prioritizing some other areas right now, but we will be doing solar. And we've started with 42 schools, 6 schools in each region will be getting solar. And we are in the process of doing a request for proposal through eLearning Jamaica. So we are starting on that journey to solar now. And my view on this is that where we can cut the electricity costs, that's more that I can give back to the schools for operational costs. And so that savings will come directly back to you in your schools. In terms of some boards that need to be done, I got a note from NCE on some challenges with some boards. When they come to me, I'm pretty quick at going through them unless I don't think the chair is the best person. And usually if that's the case, I am the minister who takes up the phone and I call the MP. And sometimes we have some interesting conversations about
the chair, do you really think this person can take that school forward? I don't think so based on the CV I have in front of me. And so I do that. I do it quietly though. I don't make a big scene about it. I quietly do it. And I do know there are some schools that have boards outstanding, and we have reached out to those individuals through NCE to send them in very quickly. We have written to them, so we know who they are, and so that is very important to do. Going through the other questions. Of course, we can endorse the plan, and we can send it out in the bulletin. That's not an issue. In terms of infant departments, 15 are in the process of being completed, and 8 new ones are going to be started very soon. On the matter of Vauxhall, I'm going to have to get more information. When you give me your school, I will check with the regional team. I know usually the principals are sending documentation in. I don't have all of that. So we will check on what's happening at Vauxhall, and especially I note what you said about the science labs. In relation to the graduate allowance, that was a question that was asked. I think the government's view is that, seeing teachers, improve themselves, and this is generally across the public sector, but especially in teaching, we want to have our teachers doing improvements, especially in the areas that's their focus. So we definitely want to see our teachers doing their mathematics master's degrees and getting better at honing their craft at history and getting better at honing their craft at English. And so that is the position. And as I said, I'm not the Minister of Finance, so I can't speak on the negotiations. But what I can say to you is that the Minister of Finance has been acting in good faith in the discussions, and I expect the discussions to continue. I've had quiet conversations with some senior people in the JTA just so I can understand the issues better, and we will continue through this process. And I have no doubt that the administration has a lot of respect for our teachers, and we will work this through. All right, Vauxhall is on the list for the science lab upgrade. Just noting that, and that the procurement is currently underway for the science lab at Vauxhall. And there are many schools on the list. I put it up, it was hard to read, but there are 36 of them, and we're going to be working through it to get to as many schools as we can.
Thank you, Minister, for your response to those first series of questions. I do believe I heard a request from Trustee Howell in terms of an update, the number of the number of schools in the process of being transitioned to infant departments. I'm not sure if a response was given to that, and I missed it. And also, a request was made for support of the ministry through your bulletin for the recently launched JTA Sagicor Plus. And also, he made a request for support for teachers as it relates to offsetting the cost. I believe that's where he was going in undertaking executive profile prior to the return to school, if that is what I heard correctly.
Right. I think I answered the first one, so I'll just repeat my answer. So on the infant departments, I noted that 15 are being completed, 8 are going to be starting in short order. In terms of the endorsement of the Sagicor plan, we had no issue endorsing it, and we would put it in the bulletin. And then in terms of the offsetting the cost of executive profiles, that in terms of the ministry, we can't do that because that would be seen as personnel related, and so we have to deal with Ministry of Finance through the JTA on that one.
Sorry, you did not deal with the issue of the approved leave?
Yes.
4 and 8 months.
Leave approval. Oh, on the leave one. 901 teachers got their 8-month request for leave. So all of the 8 months. So 901 teachers, we approved the request for leave for the 8 months, the full 8 months. We did not deny any 8 months as far as I'm aware. I get the documentation, I have to sign off on it. I signed it when it came to me.
And how many for
4 months?
For 4 months, Minister?
I think it was over 1,900. I don't have the exact number overall.
I also have another follow-up, and IPP has one. As it relates to until we get to the solar, I heard you to express that there are some schools in which we are starting. But until we get to the solar, could you perhaps update and say how many, I know post-Melissa, the country received some 500 plus generators. How many of those went to schools by any chance?
I believe that the 500 generators, it's the generators you're talking about, right? Yeah, so the 500 generators would have gone through ODPEM, and I think ODPEM had put out a release that said that those were going to be used in police stations, in fire stations, in hospitals, and so on. There were a number of generators that were donated separately that went to schools. I wouldn't have those numbers because those would have gone through ODPEM and some through NET, some through the region, some directly to the schools. But a lot of other individuals did that. But the ones that would have been donated officially to Jamaica through ODPEM, those would have gone for those particular facilities. Now, generators have concerns. And I have concerns especially with primary school children, the exhaust, and we know we've had issues with fires coming from generators. So it's something that, we use if we have to, but the real solution over time is going to be solar, something safe. I don't want my teachers putting themselves in danger with the generators. And we had a very bad experience with one principal with a generator. And so we're really erring on the side of caution and making sure our schools are safe and our staff are safe.
Thank you, Minister. Just a couple, one follow-up question and a couple more questions. With respect to the JTC bill, I know you had given an undertaking that you will have a follow-up meeting based on the amendments and for further discussions. I hope you're still amenable to that. Thank you much.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. The other thing, Minister, I note that, I follow PAC meetings, and I note that ODPEM had a number of Starlink instruments that were not deployed. Now, if it is that we are moving to make the education system more resilient, are we taking further steps to build out Starlink, particularly in the rural schools? Because I'm sure you understand, Minister, the need for connectivity, and these instruments tend to be far more resilient in no time. In no time, they're really up. The other question a comment. Let me begin by commending you for starting the process with the steps with respect to the board. I'm sure you know, Minister, that the political interference on many of our boards is a major issue or point of concern. And from where we sit, what steps are we going to be taking to reduce the political influence on our boards, and to ensure that and I know it is a sensitive issue, Minister, but we are, I mean, my personal view is that we have to take a hard-nosed approach to it, and we have to tackle it up front. So those are the level of political interference on our board.
Yeah. All right. Let me answer on the boards. I don't know if I wouldn't call it that, but what's key for me is, I don't mind, I'm ambivalent to a certain extent in terms of who nominates the chair and the board. I think the key thing is the qualification of the person and their experience, the work that is needed. I mean, look at all of what our chair has to sign. You need to have people who understand this. You need to have people who understand HR rules. You can't just wake up and say, I don't like you. You're not here anymore. That doesn't make any sense. The ministry has had so many issues with bad HR decisions done by boards. And sometimes the JT has had to step in. And so it is important that we have qualified people who understand what rules are, understand the laws, understand the education code, and can do the work properly. That's the key thing that I'll be focused on. In terms of the satellite technology for internet, it is something that we had already started work on. We had done 19 schools for it, and then we just did another 150 schools. And just to note that beginning this academic year, we're going to be doing another 200 schools that will have satellite internet. So a lot of work happening there. We're moving forward on that area quite quickly.
Thank you, Minister. I pray that we will not only install the infrastructure, but we will ensure that the installed infrastructure works. Read the internet. Oh, sure, Minister.
Okay, I'd like to add to the question about members of parliament, especially since as state minister, I'm also a member of parliament in Region 5. And when I was first elected, what I saw Region 5 did, they called in all the members of parliament in the QECs in Manchester, and that's standard. What we had to do, they went through a complete overview of the performances of the boards over the years, even before our time. We had to submit the nominees, and after the term, we were called back, and each member of parliament, we received a comprehensive review of how each board performed, each board member, the chairman, and recommendations. We were told which board members we could not continue with. And I'm also very happy now that what Minister Dixon has added now is an extra layer of accountability and good governance, in that even after the region calls us back in, do a review, say, okay, this board is operating well, this one not so well. When we do our resubmission, they now have to go to Minister Dixon's office and they have to be reviewed. So I don't see a difficulty with members of parliament being involved in that process. I think what is important is that the members of parliament are made to ensure that the persons nominated are fit for purpose and that they have educational experience and managerial experience. Thank you.
Madam President, we have exceeded the time span for this session. I hereby move the motion for an extension of 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Credentials Chair. Do we have someone to second the motion?
Ansel Palmer.
Ansel Palmer from?
Upper Chilani.
Thank you. All in favor? Or any against? The ayes have it. May we have the next round of questions from the mic? So we again start at mic 1, 2, 3, 4. Go right ahead.
Good morning, colleagues. Keisha Walters here.
Speak in the mic kindly.
Good morning, everyone. Keisha Walters here from the parish of St. Catherine. Was born there. I migrated to St. Elizabeth. Yes. Yesterday, I went online. I was rather pleased with myself. I sent up 17 students for visual arts. And out of the 17, one person failed. No, me prepare same way. Because we had my roof went. I was actually standing in the classroom, looking through looking at the elements. And I'm from Hampton School. No, it takes, Mr. Minister, with all due respect, it takes cash to care. You know, I lost everything. And the persons who assisted me, I don't know them, but they were my classmates from America. And I went into my pockets and I cleared about 2 trolleys of equipment for my students, right? I mean, I don't know so they not do so well. Because I am rather upset that as teachers we're not respected for the effort and the work. My name, all right. Wait, no puppets. My nickname is Timey, right? Timey. It's a Bible name. Timey. My sister lives in England, and she said to me, Timey, are you going to come to England to live? I said, lady, why would I want to come to England? I am free in Jamaica, right, to do whatever I want to do. But when I look back on it, and I see how you're treating the teachers, I might have to take up the offer. I don't want to go to England, you know? I don't want to go to England. But because she's sickly, I don't want to go. Right? Because
colleagues, can we kindly listen?
And I don't want to get emotional. Because look at all of them, they work so hard. I don't treat them that way there. And I have been seeing this I was going to Spanish Town High School, and I'm going to speak on the behalf of Spanish Town High School too. It's from 2001. The school was on shift, and we live in a volatile area. And I didn't even know that I would have been one of the better students from Edna Manley College. It come like literally got to work on my case. He didn't want me to be in Spanish Town. He moved me from Spanish Town and sent me to Manchester. And I left Manchester, and then now I got the job in Hampton. And you know what principal said to me? She said to me, Keisha, she didn't call me miss. But I know for sure that my mother registered me as Keisha, and I'm going to answer to my name. The principal said to me, try and see if I get the work, you know. You are going to migrate. I don't know where in St. Elizabeth I'm going. I left Spanish Town 2001 when my sister migrated. And I don't know where I was going. I went there 2001 to a funeral. And the marker that I used to go back to St. Elizabeth was a funeral home. And when I went to the interview, and I took the taxi, I was going up, passing Monroe. As a matter of fact, I got two calls, one from Monroe College and one for Hampton School. And I spent there the entire day, and I didn't go home until midnight. And the first year when I went to Hampton, I had no clue how to teach visual arts, even though I am a trained artist. And I got 100% pass in the COVID. And I have been through a lot with the Ministry of Education. And Mrs. Afami is telling me that I should come to England. And I tell her no, because I know that I have something to do here. And I am disappointed. And you know why I'm disappointed? Jamaican people that say carry belly, me I carry belly. Because guess what? From Biaga High School, when Mr. Bertrand Whiteman was the Minister of Education, from Bertrand Whiteman, you have been treating teachers have been going through a lot. They're not gonna talk, but me we talk. You cannot treat them that way and expect to get 100, like get me work and pick up a lot of stuff for my class. I go beyond the call of duty. Right? I do not care what anybody wants to say. If they even want to fire me today, I make up my mind. Treat us well. Treat us well. Treat us well. Treat us well. I know my mother, I had to leave my mother in Spanish Town. And I got a call one man that my mother died. I never have money for my mother. It was my sister who is in England called me, "Are you okay?" I don't know the mother did now. I plan for school, the money I'm earning. And the education officer, thanks be to her, she's in Region 5, Miss Palmer Carroll. She's such a good person. When the hurricane took off the room, I couldn't cry because I make up my mind because I saw the hurricane coming. I saw it coming. And all I had to do, I had to brace myself. You know what I did? When everybody else killed up themselves, I made a trolley and packed my stuff in my trolley. And I got a little space where me and the baby them could have each up, I saw me work. I now warm myself. Right? So I just want to, I'm going back to St. Elizabeth. I years old, I go back to St. Catherine because I'm comfortable. I live right in front of school. And if I ask God for what I want, He might give me it. So I don't need to ask for no once. You see, I live right in front of school and I can just walk over. You see, the morning when the hurricane took off my roof, I saw it. But I said, God, I'm not worrying myself because you know what you are doing. Because sometimes things have to happen for you know yourself. I used to, when I did that, you see, when I sent the message to my friends living in from the Ohio State University, a month or something when me get. And right now, I'm going to call my lecturer and tell her that, Miss, I am so grateful. And what we need to do, thank God that we're alive. Amen. Remember, Jesus was a teacher.
Amen.
And we need to appreciate teachers. Because when I was at Edna Manley, I used to, I'm going to soon finish.
Thank you.
I had to sleep on cardboard. And the person who I live with, Hope Thomas Wheeler, I lived with Hope Thomas for 5 years. And I told her the other day when I went back to her, I'm not teaching her. She said, no, you're going back. You're going back down to St. Elizabeth to teach.
Congratulations, my colleague, on the work that you have done. Continue to do in carrying out your calling as an educator. And we have heard you to bare your soul, not only on your part, but on the part of all of us as educators in the struggle that we indeed ought to be treated better. And I have a follow-up question based on your submissions to ask the minister, where are we with the listing that was submitted from the association? Read those teachers affected by the hurricane that was to be sent to Ministry of Labor in order for the teachers to access some additional support in their personal recovery.
I have one more thing to say.
You have a direct question?
I don't have a direct question. All right, so the question is, in relation to my subject area, I am hearing that you're going to take out the aesthetics. Please don't do it. You know why? Aesthetics. You know why? Sometimes when the students come to class, this is where they unleash, they unravel, and I give them the freedom to say what they want to say. But you have to be mindful sometimes of the language that they use, right? You allow them because they have, even though they're small, they have problems and issues, and they are small. They see things, they walk the buildings big, but to relate, they are going to relate things different. And Another thing that I have, it's burning issue is that as teachers we kill up talk down about the JTA. I don't really like that. So well, okay.
That is for a session later. You hear, darling?
I won't say it. I will obey. For the tech voc now.
For the tech voc. So this is your last submission, and then
I can leave. I must pack my bag and leave for St. Elizabeth.
Well.
All right. For the technical vocational areas, where money is concerned, what I do, I use this trashable materials in the classroom, but I don't know if they're watching me. Some, I'm not calling a name. Some persons do not want to spend the money for that particular area. It's not fair, right? I don't know the minister can address that, but I'm asking you kindly to address the situation. Right.
Thank you, my colleague. Mike 2.
Good morning, everyone. Ansel Palmer, Principal, Low River Primary and Infant School, delegate from Upper Trelawney. Okay, I want to thank the ministry for the termite treatment that we got at Low River. We were asking for it for many years. We got it, and within a couple months, we had termite again. The recommendation from the person who treated the termite is that the roofs need to be changed. If the roofs aren't changed, there is no sense in spraying the termites. Okay, so that's the issue we have. We spray it ourselves, and it lasts just as long as when the person comes and spray it. You know, so the roof needs change. I'm also asking about the lack of payment for teachers who mark school-based assessment for CSEC. I know that at Albert Town, you have teachers who mark CSEC who haven't gotten paid for 4 years. And CSEC would have that facility to pay teachers, because there are some teachers who are getting paid. So something must be done to regularize that, so everyone who marks CSEC get pays. Next thing, the government, the Ministry of Education need to collaborate with the Ministry of Culture more to have Africa Day set before the start of the school year. At this time in history, when Jamaica, our flag is at a stage that it is being pulled towards the red, white, and blue. In a time when a lot of Jamaicans are willing to surrender sovereignty for green card, remittances, and visas, we need to identify with our African roots. It must not be. I have never gotten Africa Day before, a week before yet. The last 2 Africa Days, I have invited people to come. I have to change it because the day is just not set. It is important. Okay, it is very, very important. Small schools. It is very important that small schools get clerical assistant. The level of accountability that it takes for a school to be managed effectively. The amount of accountability that it takes to monitor the teaching, learning process. You need to free up the principals so they can be effective instructional leaders. Every single principal deserves a clerical assistant.
A host. One day tomorrow. This, I presume, is your
last
final?
one.
Yes. Thank you.
At Low River Primary and Infant School, we would love a STEM lab to help the boys to be pulled into the education process, to have science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics.
So you need a STEAM
lab. A STEAM lab be fundamental in the development of the boys. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike 3.
Marjorie Harris, Delegate East DA, St. Thomas. I am asking on the matter of safety and security, especially at the primary school level, because we do not and cannot afford to have somebody at the school gate, a security personnel, and the teachers and the students within the school are not safe. Anybody can come in and do anything. And we know, I am talking from experience. About 5 years ago at my school, we had a similar problem. Somebody came and was giving the students something to ingest. So I am asking the minister today, what are the plans to have security personnel who are paid at the school gates? Thank you.
Thank you, my colleague. Mike 4.
Morning, colleagues. David Andrew Powell, South Central. Thank you, Madam President. Minister, good morning. If I'm asking this question in ignorance, please see with me because I was away from the system for a little while, so go easy. I would like to express a concern. Though I acknowledge that everyone may not agree or support it, when will we transition away from relying solely on student testing for placements and school of choice decision making? Specifically, when will we implement a public assessment system that will accurately evaluate the performance of schools, possibly, as the gentleman says, in the areas of maths, language, and science?
Thank you for those questions, colleague. And I will allow PE to add her question to this round of questions. And then, Minister, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Question to the Minister. How will the Ministry ensure that students with special education needs are not disadvantaged by standardized assessment? And what mechanisms have been put in place to provide appropriate accommodation, trained assessors, and alternative methods where necessary? Our students with special education needs are struggling, Minister.
All right, thank you for this round of questions. I heard the teacher who was speaking about her students and how well they performed, and I heard the pain. I heard it. In terms of Hampton, just noting that there was 163 million. This is a Jamaica thing. I see people who send their children to parishes over because they want their child at that particular school. We don't have zoning in Jamaica. Parents in the past have objected to zoning. That would have been one solution which is used around the world.
this is something that's going to be an all-of-country discussion that we're going to have to make, because it's not working well, and it also leads to some of the traffic we see. So it's something that we're going to do. There's been reviews over time, but I think it's time for us to really think through what this could look like for our country. But I've always said, I think the solution is to make every school an immaculate. That's the answer. That's literally the answer. And then you don't have the issue that, oh, I don't want my child at that school. And that has to be, for me, that's the macro goal. But we obviously have to take some steps to get to that point. I think I answered all.
Minister, I don't think you answered the part of the question that I was mostly...
What was it?
The part is that, when will we evaluate the schools? You answered perfectly. But when will we evaluate the schools in the region so that I can log into my computer one morning and see where is Manchester High School in math, where is Mayday in English, where is the Carteret in, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so what we do is we do have a lot of that data that's available online. And in addition to that, we have the NEI reports, the National Education Inspectorate, that does analysis of every school. So it goes into the school, it looks at governance in the school, it looks at performance, it looks at leadership, it looks at how this classroom is being managed, and it does a beautiful comprehensive report on each school, and it's published on the website. So any school that you want to find out how they're performing, you can go to that NEI report, which is available online.
On the solution of making every school like immaculate, my alma mater.
Oh, that's not mine. That's why I chose it. You know?
I suggest, Minister, as we're rebuilding, the theme is Reformation Now, rebuilding a resilient education system. If you look at most of our traditional high schools, they are built with space. They are built with land, almost reflecting the status from which most of their population comes in terms of even their homes, their living. So the school is reflective of it. And so if we're rebuilding with the intention, we cannot be rebuilding when we look at some of the schools where majority of our population goes, it reinforces the status quo. So if you live in small homes, come from a particular demographic, and then you go to school, and the school is cramped, the benches are metal, they are linked together. There is little room for movement and freedom. It is reinforcing a particular mindset. So we have to look at how we build out the schools as it is when it is we're looking at making all schools like an immaculate and others. And the one on the hill in St. Elizabeth. Amen.
Just to do a follow-up, Minister, I listened to you carefully, and the matter of special education is something that we can't just gloss over. So I am hoping that in the special education policy, that the matter of assessment, which is also close to me, and how we treat with getting help for our students. Right. I know that we are pushing with robotics and AI, but from my vantage point, I don't see the same push for our students with special education needs. So outside of saying to us that we must bring to the table from the JT our suggestions, I am also asking the ministry team, we have enough data out there to support how our students are struggling and our teachers are struggling with students with special education. The latest data that I have, and I stand corrected, is that most of our students with special education need, they are in our general education classrooms. And so the same push for AI, robotics, all of that, we want to see it for our special education students and the challenges that we are faced with in the system.
All right, thank you for that. And I'm glad you give me an opportunity to talk about special needs a little bit more, because that's also a priority for me. So it starts from diagnostics. That's an area where we have to diagnose our children appropriately. And so we have to do it very early too, because we found that if you intervene early, then the outcomes are better. So we're working in the schools. And one of the things you'll notice, we spend time analyzing the PEP data, because sometimes a child that's at non-mastery, it's not because they weren't taught well. It may be they have a learning challenge. And so we're prioritizing those children who are at non-mastery to assess them, because that's usually an indication of an issue. But the key thing for me is I don't want to assess them at grade 6. That's too late. They need to be assessed earlier. So the diagnostics is a key element of the policy. We're at the shadows to support the student. We're now over 1,000 shadows in our schools. So we're adding more and more shadows to support students. We're also looking at inclusive spaces. One of the things that we've talked about in the past was, having more standalone special needs schools. But the developmental specialists say that it's better for them to be integrated into a school system. So the better approach is to have a department within the school itself instead of a standalone. And so that's what we're working through. What does that look like? How can we do more of that in our primary schools, and specifically using or converted all-age schools, because a lot of those schools do have extra classrooms. So using those classrooms productively for special needs students. In terms of scholarships, we have several scholarships for persons who are interested in the area of special education. The numbers are increasing globally. We need individuals who are specialized in this area, and the ministry has scholarships. Note also, there are scholarships from the Ministry of Health. So the Ministry of Education has scholarships that have not been fully taken up, and the Ministry of Health has scholarships in speech therapy. The Barry Wint scholarship is available. We did not get enough take-up on things like speech therapy. Our children need speech therapy. And so there are scholarships available for those of you who are in here. If you have an interest, please take advantage of those scholarships. If you know others who are interested in the area of special education, please encourage them to take up those scholarships, because we do need to have, I'm admitting this, there's not enough therapists, there are not enough persons who understand special needs. We need more specialists in this country, and the ministry is putting scholarships there. They're there already, so please take advantage of them. On exams, in terms of the assessments, we've been mainly doing accommodations. We may have to look at how we assess differently also. So we've been doing, extra time, the preferential seating, giving them more breaks. We have interpreters and linguistic aids. We have exams printed in Braille and other tactile exam material. So there are those elements. But then I hear also in terms of how we treat with children with special needs, so that we can get them have more opportunities going forward. And remember, they're also placed first in PEP when they're identified as special needs.
Minister, and that's a sure Immaculate is the model institution.
What is it?
St. Jago.
St. Jago.
I'm just
okay.
putting that out there. Yes. I mean, our president, I'm not so sure Immaculate is a model institution. But Minister, where I wanted to go is just piggybacking on the matter of special needs. Region 2, what is happening with the building in Region 2. That building has been going for almost 10 years now, Minister. And what steps are we taking to build out the infrastructure across the system so as to ensure that once a child reaches a certain age in the system, they are automatically tested? That's one. Two, what is the ministry's position now with respect to the technology? We are seeing what is coming out in terms of the research and the impact in terms of the impact of the technology, in terms of the learning of our students. I know the president would have spoken about it at our investiture ceremony. The third thing, Minister, where a city STEM, a city STEAM, where is the sports in all of this? And we see what sports has done for Jamaica. And my concern is that we have not capitalized on that from an infrastructure standpoint to build it out. So maybe it is that you have to raid Ministry of Sports to get funds to invest in the infrastructure in many of our schools, and even so that we can, I'm not talking about some schools that have tracks and that sort of thing, but there are other schools, Shanoy Douglas, for example, you see the school that she's from, but the infrastructure is lacking there. Also, Minister, when the NEI reports come and it identifies certain things, what steps are taken by the ministry to support these institutions financially in terms of the budget to support the SIP, for example? Is it that monies are allocated per region and say this money is for XYZ school in terms of the support once the SIP comes, and that money is deployed to assist those institutions so that at the next time around they can improve, whatever those are, because usually when you look at some of the schools, infrastructure, professional development, all of those things tend to come out once a school reaches as a certain grade. So what do we do in terms of that sort of support?
All right, thank you for those questions. In terms of case is finishing this year, as in this calendar year. It should be finished. In terms of technology use, obviously we're going to have to be, balancing things here, because we want our children prepared for that world of technology. But the technology world they need to be prepared for is not sitting on TikTok all day long. That's not it. It's not social media. So at school, we should be having them do computer science, not on phones. And so it's finding that right balance. They need to be prepared for the world of the future, but that world of the future is not about addiction to social media. And so we're having to work on how we balance that element. Technology, very, very important. In terms of sports, one of the things I do is to also look where other money is. If I don't have it in education, it may be somewhere else that I can smile, right? And the Sports Development Foundation is one area that has as its mandate that area. So we're already in dialogue with the Sports Development Foundation on how we can use more of those funds to support schools, especially emerging schools in sports. Don't have to be track and field. You have a lot of schools now doing volleyball, and I see them doing hockey, a lot more hockey and lacrosse and other areas. And that's what you want to encourage them, and even their new players in netball and so on. And so we're already in dialogue with SDF on that. So the sports side is absolutely important. On the NEI report, there was a question about support that happens. If a school gets an unsatisfactory score or below, they become a part of the NSLIP program. And there we push more resources to the schools. So there's more support in the teaching and learning area. There's more support on the teacher training side. The area that we have to do more on is really on the infrastructure. Because as you, immediate past president and president has said, the environment is important. How that environment feels. And that's one of the issues with some of the schools. There's not a lot of green area around a lot of the urban schools. And so when I talk about maybe we need some new schools, it's because we need schools that are built properly. A lot of our schools weren't built with that in mind, that students need to breathe clean air, they need therapeutic spaces, they need to be playing outside. It's a lot of concrete. And so it's important that some of these can't be retrofitted. That's the reality. And so we're going to have to do some new builds also as a part of it. On the screening, I just needed to go back to that. Remember, we have an age 4 test. So we're screening the children earlier and earlier. So we have our age 4 test, and we have the age 5 ages and stages review. When we get those results, we have hired UE to then go and do assessments of the children that are flagging from age 4 and age 5. This is something new we're doing because we're trying to get to assess them earlier so that we know what their challenges are. And then we're putting in place more of the specialized areas and classrooms. I think Minister Crawford just wants to say something quickly.
I want to say something on the NSLIP schools. Minister would have mentioned some of the systems that we put in place to ensure that the students perform well. One other thing that we do, we ensure that we have a strong board in place. So for example, at Porus High School in my constituency, I recommended a good chairman, Garth Anderson, former JTA president and principal of Church Teachers College. And I'm so happy to report as we speak, if you go on social media right now, Porus High School, one of our NSLIP schools, they are reporting that their head girl has just passed 9 CSEC subjects, grade 1s and 2s, and their student council president 8 CSEC subjects with 4 grade 1s. And we could go on and on. So it's working, and I'm so proud.
Madam President,
Madam Chair.
We have exceeded the extension. I hereby move a motion for another 30 minutes. No, it cannot be beyond 30 minutes. 30 minutes extension.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have someone to second?
I so move, Madam President. Ramona Brum.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Okay, colleagues, so the persons who are standing at the mic, I assume, are the only persons left in this room wanting to pose a question to the minister. So we are closing all the mics. And minister has time constraints, so we must. So only the persons, so at mic 1, my eyes, I see 4. Mic 2, mic 3. Oh, I thought there was somebody behind Mr. McNamee. 3. I know, I'm seeing 4. 4, mic 1, mic 2, 5, and mic 3, and mic 4, 5. Okay, so one question, make it your most important, and we're going to do it quickly. Yes? Mic 1, go right ahead quickly.
Thank you, Madam President. Name, Dion Bailey. I'm East Kingston DA, a trained basic school teacher. My question was somewhat answered by Madam PE-elect as it relates to. However, I am happy to know that the ASQJ, there's continuous assessment outside of the basic and the infant school. Thank you, Minister. You are doing a good job there. However, with information given that you guys have 108 teachers throughout to be added to the TT program throughout all the regions. My question is, while we have 108 teachers to be dispersed within the nation to help basic school and infant school students to get the maximum teaching, are you saying that there is no space for us to be permanently employed? Because, to be honest, it gives us that feeling that we are not valued, right? And from one, most of us, we don't like the name TT. We don't like it. It does not give any value. I love it because Dr. Kessentu referred to me as a passionate basic school teacher. Me same one. That was feeling abused. But
remember the time question.
Yes, so the question is, what is it that we're going to do? We have 108 to be added. Is there a space for us to be employed permanently?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mike 2.
Ramona Bromfield, Chair Membership and Principal of Port Henderson Primary School. I am here desperately seeking assistance in acquiring the land. Well, we own a part where the building of the school is, but behind, we are not owning that land, and I need classroom space. I have students in the staff room. I have 2 classrooms being hosted in the classroom, in the staff room, and also a grade 6 in the resource room. My other main problem is the perimeter fence, where I had an incident where a student did not feel he was treated well by the teacher, stepped over the fence, and I had to go and pick him up in Nagawed, not far from the school. He was going home. Another incident where a man of unsound mind came on the school compound and was engaged in activities on the compound that traumatized my teachers and students. I am asking, please, that help come to Port Henderson Primary School. Thank you.
Noted. Mike 3.
Jermaine Williams, Delegate, Westmoreland Parish, proud teacher, Manning School. 2025-2026 was a rough academic year for me and many other colleagues. I don't just speak about it, I've lived the experience, and it was extremely rough. And if there was no other time I was counting for the academic year to end, would have been the academic year that just passed. Now, I want to know what will happen for September. What are the systems put in place by NET to keep track of the progress and quality of the work being done? We'd have seen what happened with Beryl. That's taxpayers' money that was wasted. And based on what I went through, I can't go through it another time. And so I feel like the work, the progress has been slow, but I've seen your visit, and I'm hoping that, you know, more work will be done and quality work. I look forward to that. And secondly, I need some feedback on the textbook system. We're not getting textbooks. We're suffering. If you're late for a class, you can't tell the students read this chapter until we get there because they don't have any textbooks. And so I'd love to get some feedback on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member 4. Mike 4.
Nikki James Bucknell, West Central, St. Andrew. First, I must say commendation to the Ministry of Education on the summer school program. It was well done. We come here and we cuss when things don't do. And I must say that was a program that I really enjoyed working with. And the children also was well engaged. There were some issues which I am hoping that we can work on for next year. I am hoping that instead of catching the children at grade 6, they are catch at grade 4 at the first instance when they actually sit the PEP. if we are going to work with them at grade 6, that the listing for those students that are going to be working with the summer school, the information is sent out to the primary school just as the PEP results are sent out. Because these children did not get the information that they will be in summer school until the actual day when the summer school started. And so most schools were not aware, the students did not turn up, and some other issues. But the program is very good, and I really liked it. The other issue with the special education, I hear about the policies that are coming. How are we going to get the parents to be involved? Now, you meet a student at grade 1 and you say, Mommy, there is something wrong with your child. Nothing wrong with me pitney. And you hear nothing wrong with me pitney until the child reaches grade 6. What are some of the things that we can do to get the parents to parent a child that a teacher said, Mommy, we are trying to help your child? My third thing, I like the issue of the scholarship. I've been trying to get one of these scholarships from last year. I have a degree in special education. I applied to university. They said I have to go back, do a diploma for 3 years, and then come back to apply for the master's in clinical psychology. Now that's where we actually need more persons to assist. But because my degree is in education, I will not be accepted. I am asking the ministry if there is something that they can work out with an institution for me to be able to sit a 1-year diploma, for me to be able to matriculate into the master's program.
Thank you, colleague. Minister, I think that's the 4, right?
Do you want me to just? Okay, I'm going to go very quickly, yes, please, because of the time constraint. Right. In relation to the trained teachers for basic schools and making them permanent, obviously, you know, these are private entities, but it's something that we will look at. I've noted it and we'll look at for review. In terms of the Port Henderson Primary School, I'm told that it's right on the roadway. So there's some on the main, so there's some safety issues for children there. So what I've noted is that we may need to look at relocating the school instead of necessarily acquiring land next door. But we'll obviously have to do some consultation. We have to do some consultation on that one. In relation to NET and the Manning School, you would have heard, but just noting on the Port Henderson matter, it is a small school, and we have the safety concerns, and so we will work with the school leadership to figure out what's the best decision for the children. On Manning School, when I went there, I was able to speak with the leadership and with the contractor. Between the school and the contractor, there were some decisions taken in terms of prioritization for September, and I will keep monitoring that. And as I said, that's one of the areas that we've not done so well at, which is getting our contractors to do the work at the time within the program that we have given to them. This is a lot of money. Yesterday I saw one contractor who had 9 schools. 9 schools. And I guess I should, we're here speaking openly. Because we are doing emergency contracting, we have to use the grade 1 contractors. But there are not a lot of those in Jamaica. So some schools will tell me, I have this man from the community, he's really good and he could do the work good. And guess what? He could do the work good. But because he's not registered, we in the ministry are not allowed to use them. We're only allowed to use the grade 1 contractors, registered and licensed contractors. So that's a part of the constraints we've had. But we'll continue to monitor those schools. On the textbooks area, PS, you may say something later, but we'll look at I will get some info on the textbooks. I just needed to note that it's not just grade 4 that we need to catch them at. I want to catch them at age 4 and age 5. But for those at grade 4 who we are seeing significant challenges with, the ministry last year said it doesn't make sense to just keep moving them through the system. We need to repeat them in grade 4. If there are issues with numbers, reach out to your regional team. We can't just push them through the system. You can't move them from grade 4 when they never mastered grade 4. So that is one area that we need to discuss more. In terms of parents and special needs, this is a problem. So with the age 4 assessment that we're doing and the age 5 ages and stages, when we identify a problem, some parents don't want to come in for the assessment and to talk because they feel that there may be some stigma. They don't want to believe that their child is special needs. And so there's a lot of work to destigmatize it. And that's one of the reasons why me, as Minister of Education, I've been very open in saying that I have a child with special needs, with significant special needs. And I say it and I talk about my challenges as a parent because I'm trying to say to them, look, it's okay to have a child with special needs. It's going to be challenging, and we're going to see how we can help you in the ministry to move forward, but let's figure out what's going on with your child. So we're going to have to do some more public education campaigns around special needs. It's not the end of the road for those children. I had the chance to go to Harvard University, and one of my classmates was autistic, significantly autistic, and he made it to Harvard. And a lot of them are very smart and gifted. And then you have on the other spectrum, like what I deal with, with children who may not be able to read or have a traditional job. It's going to be important that we figure out ways that they can feel like they're a part of society, even if they're not going to be, in traditional professions going forward. It's important that we do that work and that we say it. And those of us who are in that situation, we need to be open in discussing it so that Jamaicans feel it's okay.
Minister.
And on the books, we just to note, Madam President, if I may, that we've purchased books for distribution in September 1, and it's come up to $724 million for the high schools alone, and $324 for the primary schools, $1 million. So the ministry will start distributing those. If you have any challenges, please reach out to the region and ensure that you are getting your allocation.
Thank you, Minister. I humbly suggest that you revisit the suggestion of relocation of a school vis-a-vis that of raising the wall and assisting in purchasing an additional piece of land. Because again, I note I have not heard your response. If I missed it, I apologize. Mile Gully High has been on the list to be relocated. And my words on Monday, my term Jamaican expression, from Wacky, Kill, Fill Up.
All right, so on Mile Gully, that one has gone through the PIAB process. So what's PIAB? Every time we want to do a big infrastructure project, the rules, and this is rules that come from Parliament, say that we have to go through this PIAB process, which is a very involving process just to get it approved. We got Mile Gully approved earlier this year, and there's pre-investment work taking place, which is doing the drawings and the assessments and so on. So Mile Gully, we have requested that funding for the pre-investment and also the initial work that will be needed, that goes into the next budget. So Mile Gully is in train.
Thank you, Minister. Mike Wan.
Thank you. Eaton McNamee, General Counsel, Principal Broadleaf Primary and Infant in Central Manchester. I hear you, Minister, to talk about the process with the clerical assistant. School reopens in 2 weeks. Broadleaf cannot be subjected to that process. School will not be in operation as it ought to be. I will not be able to do my job effectively. Also, I'd like to know what is the progress now with the post numbers for the auxiliary workers in our small primary schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNamee, for those questions. Mike 2.
Julie Winter Robertson, delegate. Minister, my concern is when will the ministry seek to align my colleagues in the tertiary sector, the teachers' colleges, the community colleges, the multidisciplinary institutions, with our UE and UTech counterparts? Minister, our jobs are much harder than our counterparts. At UE and UTech, the learners are self-directed. At the teachers' colleges and the community colleges, we are teachers, we are coaches, we are mentors. We have to hold their hands. We can't just walk into a classroom and lecture. And we are expected to do so much more. And a lot is required of us. And we offer the same degrees as UE and UTech. Therefore, Minister, I'm asking that that be given some consideration. Another point is the standardization of class sizes, especially for the skill areas in the tertiary sector. It is, sometimes the class sizes are double what it ought to be, and there is an issue with, some time ago, something was on the books, I don't know where it went, where if your class size exceeded the standard, you would have been paid for extra teaching hours for those extra students in your class. We have not heard or seen that on the books for a very long time. And sometimes at the tertiary level, in the technical areas, we're teaching 30 students in a class. It is supposed to be 15, Minister. So I'm asking on behalf of the tertiary sector for your intervention in these areas. Thank you.
Okay, so colleagues, the minister did indicate that she has time constraints. So perhaps we will, I'm not sure, is the CEO going, is the PS and everyone, they're all going? So is it possible for here, no, I'm just asking because the minister may not be able to respond. So what may be happening, colleagues, we will, so the recordings are here in terms of all the questions. I still need you to articulate them here, and then we will get response to same, because the minister is indicating she needs to leave. I'm not sure if the entire team needs to go, because then you could still get some feedback from the ministry. Is the entire team going? Okay, let's go. So, mic 3, let's go. All the questions. Please, I did ask if you can make it your most important one. Let's go, thank you.
Antoinette Wright, Lucy D.A., principal of Esher Primary School. I am raising the matter of special needs students. Each year there of students with autism, ADHD, conduct disorder, among other learning challenges. While we are practicing the inclusive classroom situations, teachers are not adequately prepared to support some of the learning needs of students. How quickly is the special education policy coming on stream to deal with the increasing numbers? For example, at Esher Primary, I currently have 5 autistic students. They have their assessments. They came with them. We graduated 2 this year who are going to high school. I have one who came from grade 1. And I have been waiting 2 years for a shadow for Lorendo Samuels.
So
Lorendo is now going to...
So the question is you're questioning a request for shadows for your students.
And will the special education policy address all aspects of it? So it's assessment, teacher, facilitation,
yes,
how we organize classrooms, and so on.
Okay.
The other question?
Remember, one, unfortunately, and my apologies. Go right ahead, Mike 4.
Good morning. Carlisle Damar Taff, St. J. Godier, principal of YWCA, Spanish Town. Against the inclusion background, I am aware that my school is a marginal independent school, but what I need, I'm putting on the paper, just support in that the children that come to my school, they are state care, no money has come for them. No money has come for them, so I'm asking the government to see what they can do. Also, I am not leaving any child behind. I'm taking all of them. All the broken children, some support could be added. All of them. And also, when I go to the ministry, it demotivates me. Nobody knows where we stand. They don't know if my school is a primary one or secondary one. Postcode for teachers for 7 years, 2 for 5 years, no establishment. Since I've been there 2 years, I'm the secretary and principal, and I am being paid at primary 1. So if I have a high school, 12 to 18 years and so on, I need to be paid. But I bless you. We need to have a discussion and agree what is it my school is. I bless you. And psychosocial ed, I bless you.
Thank you. Nick, Mike 1. One question, colleagues, please.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning. Go right ahead.
Minister, I don't know if it's because I'm a cricketer, but I've been appealing from 2018. I'm Gregory Bent, delegate from South Manchester and also principal for Alligator Upon Primary. I don't know if that's fortunate or unfortunately. Every minister since 2018 has promised us a building. The building is falling apart. The cracks in the walls are opening, and Ms. Crawford, as you open your eyes, we are very close to you. I would love for you to come and have a look. I have a staff that is predominantly females. We don't have a staff bathroom. The staff shares bathroom with the children. And this has been happening from 2018. I've appealed to every single minister, and every single minister has promised, and nothing has been done for Alligator Pond. And I hope, Minister, that you will bring some change and a little bit of the prosperity can come to Alligator Pond. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. And that school was significantly affected by 2 hurricanes, Beryl and Melissa. So they have been getting it. And that's just one of many. Mike 2.
Thank you, Madam President. Jasford Gabriel, past president, principal, Manchester High School. I want to commend Minister. I thought that was a very good presentation. And I also want to say thanks for the speedy support that was offered in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. If I don't use the time wisely, it's maybe because there is so much termite infestation all around. But Minister, I was wondering if I was hearing correctly when you mentioned 100 million, something like that, re-termite treatment.
Yes.
I think the only disaster across the system greater than Melissa would be the termite infestation. I was also taken aback when you mentioned that Region 7 is probably the worst. I thought it was Region 5. Oh, you hear that? So 10 years ago, the estimate for Manchester was 100-odd million. That's one school. I know. To date, about 10 million would have been spent there to treat just one block. So we have mentioned this topic quite a bit, but we are yet to hear in terms of what is the plan, because it is a significant problem, and clearly what is allocated in the budget is not going to be addressing this matter anytime fast. And so I had more, but that one I would put on top. The TVET thing is a big thing. If you permit me, Madam President, just President's privilege a little bit. Last year, I mentioned in terms of the TVET labs that, remember, no issue with the technical schools, but you have traditional schools, and I'm speaking for others, where the expansiveness of the labs far more, the number of students who are engaged far more. When is it that this is going to be rolling out? Not sure the criteria that was used, if it's just that you had to be a technical school, but many, including Manchester, we're having significant challenges meeting the demands in terms of the demands for the program and then the infrastructural needs. Thanks.
What we spend on education is not adequate. Mike 3.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Philmore McCarthy, General Counsel. Colleagues all, having listened to the discussion thus far, one realized that what underpins everything is the availability of funding resources. And I want to make a recommendation and maybe a commitment from the Minister and the team. Based on your responses thus far, I realize that you are really taking a more positive and progressive attitude towards finding solution. But I want to say to you that in the 1990s, there was a similar issue in terms of the development of the tourism industry, road infrastructure, etc. And the then government went through a process of having a public-private sector partnership to build those roads and highways that we are paying for now, and all the previous government continue along those lines. I recall during that time, the minister, no, not the minister, he was at the time the leader of opposition, Mr. Siago. We had a meeting and he made a presentation. And his presentation was that instead of having the public-private sector partnership for roads, when he returned to power, what he would have had is a private-public sector partnership for education. And what would happen is that via the NEI, they would seek to raise at the time about $100 million through that sort of partnership to fund education. And I believe that that is a solution that we need to consider. We must be able to invest in education to get the results that we want. So can there be a consideration to revisit that approach to see whether or not through a public-private sector partnership, whether it's a bond or something, to raise over $100 or more million to fix the education system? The piecemeal approach, Minister, which is good, is not really getting us there. We have to do a total transformation and we pay back for it down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McCarthy, for your submissions. I did say this session is critical, and for me, it should be the whole day. Mike 4.
Good day, everybody. Sherry and Mercy, Delegate Montego Bay District Association 2. My question is regarding the guidelines for the 50% refund for teachers who study while working. I have noted that there is a provision in the guideline which excludes persons who studied full-time. I am requesting that there be a review of the guidelines to accommodate online or distance education, because there are some universities that only offer full-time, and their full-time is considered once you're doing a course. So 3 credits is full-time for them, and there is no specified timetables for those courses because you study at your own pace. So what has happened to colleagues and myself who studied online, and when we apply, because we cannot provide a timetable, which we did not get, and because one course, 3 credits, is considered full-time, you're being denied after studying in your own time. So I'm asking you to please review those guidelines in light of our current online education system. Thanks.
Thank you. Mike Wan.
Thank you, President. My name is Patrick Phillips, retired principal of the Enid Bennett High School, formerly Bogwalk High School. I've been an educator for 43 years, and I'm asking conference if they could give me permission to ask a question.
Conference?
Permission granted.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, conference. Minister, what I have noticed over my years of experience as an educator is that the level of maladies and mental problems among our children, the guidance counselors are not equipped enough to deal with all these issues. And therefore, over the years, I have been asking if there can be some centers set up in various strategic points in various regions and a collaboration with the Ministry of Health, whereby parents can take their children to these centers to see a psychologist, to see a medical doctor, to see a dentist, to see an optician, and even our principals, in the goodness of their hearts, took in some students without birth certificates, Minister. If we could also have the TRN and the RGD persons coming in to address some of these problems, even one day per week, because the guidance counselors are not equipped enough to deal with these maladies. So our psychologists could do a great job in dealing and so helping with the discipline of our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips, retired teacher, principal, teacher first, principal, Enid Bennett. Go right ahead, Mike 2, 1 question. We have 4 persons remaining. 1 question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I am petitioning the Ministry of Education. Oh, sorry. I am Michelle Barnes, Primary Chair, St. Catherine, Portmore. I am petitioning the Ministry of Education to urgently address the continued delays in payment of the janitors and watchmen in our school. This is a repeated issue. It is affecting the plant. They are our important support system, and I don't like to see when they are crying, when they are complaining, and they are not turning up to work. It affects the plant, and I'm asking you to put measures in place immediately to address the issue. The little tuppence that they're getting, if I am hand to mouth, can you imagine what the watchmen and the janitors are going through? Address it immediately, please, and the cooks too.
Thank you. Mike 4, question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joan Blackwood Simpson, principal of Ebenezer Primary and Infant School in Manchester, delegate. Madam Minister, I seek your intervention. Since 2017, I've been the principal at Ebenezer Primary and Infant School. It's a small school in the deep, deep rural of Manchester. The numbers have been going down. I have done a walkthrough last month. There are children in the different communities, but the parents, they refuse to send their children to the school because of the road. Madam Minister, we are doing well. We would have surpassed the PEP mathematics average, and we missed the language by about 3. We are the primary champion for primary football in the parish. We are doing well. So I ask for your intervention. My colleague over there spoke about cricket. I'm a footballer. I'm trying to score from 2017, and I still cannot get the road fixed. Madam, I'm asking you to help me to keep Ebony primary and infant school doors open. I am begging you. Madam, I am tired. I'm really tired. I'm tired, madam.
Thank you. Mic 3.
Good morning, everyone. Carrie Ann Coombs, acting principal, Morant Bay High School. I want to commend the minister and her team with the thrust towards STEM and supporting TechVoc in our high schools. Morant Bay High School has a situation in which we were promised by the ministry to be a best lab for visual arts. 2 visits were made over a period of a year, and so we were hoping that some work would have started for us to have this best lab in September, but nothing has been forthcoming. So I'm asking you, Minister, the children are doing well in visual arts, and we want to expand our program, so we welcome that best lab, hopefully this term. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic 4.
Good morning, colleagues. Melissa Hall, North Central DA, Kingston Parish. I would like to know what system the ministry has in place to support teachers who have to take on the role of 1 or 2 teachers because there's a shortage in the school, but the school expresses to the parents that there is no shortage and we have our full complement of teachers. Because we have, I asked that question because teachers are, to address the shortage or address the fact that we cannot get all the teachers that we need for the full complement of our staff, teachers are going to have to share, split up the timetable. And so some teachers may have to take on most of, or so I'm asking, and they have to do that for the entire year because the position was not filled at all across 3 or 4 departments. And then at the end of the year, the teachers are frustrated, they say they cannot do it, and then they leave. And I've seen how that has contributed to a high turnover of educators in my school. And the cycle continues.
What's the name of your school?
Woolmer's Trust High School for Girls.
All right. All right.
Thank you for your question. Minister, I will close out with reiterating an update I sought earlier. Cokesview Primary, Grange Hill Primary. Also, what is the thought process? What are the intentions of the Ministry of Education towards Chantilly Primary, Mount Horeb, Q Park? I asked those earlier, and I'm not sure if I missed the response.
All right, thank you. So in relation to the Chantilly and some of the other schools, these are some small schools that would have been damaged in the hurricane quite significantly. And given the constraints in terms of getting all of the work completed, we're looking at whether or not we couldn't consolidate some of the schools. But there are discussions that are taking place with the community and with the school. Right now there's a team that's in Westmoreland meeting with the community. So those are in train with the communities, with the MPs, with the teachers, with the leadership of the school, the board and the principals. So those discussions are taking place so that we can figure out what's the best approach. Because if you have 2 schools that may be near to each other with a small population, it may make more sense than to just fix the both of them, to have a consolidation and create a beautiful school that they would not have had before. But that only happens through consultation, and that is what we are doing right now. In terms of the questions, trying to go through all of these, there was a question from the teachers' colleges and the tertiary and UA and UTEC. There is a tertiary committee that works through recommendations in these areas under the transformation program. So we'll take those issues there and have those discussions there. In terms of the class sizes at the tertiary level, in terms of some of the technical areas, we'll have to discuss that internally. This is the first time that would have come to me. So I've discussed it with the PS, so we'll be looking at that. So thank you for raising that. Teacher preparation for the learning needs and challenges. I've spoken about special education and some of the work we're doing in terms of scholarships in the teachers' colleges. The teachers' colleges have been doing a lot of good work in adding special education because they understand that almost every teacher is going to have special needs children in their classroom, given the spike in what is happening. And there is work that has to happen. And then JTC is also doing training in relation to how to respond to students, and that's currently taking place. There was a question about children who are in state care and some of the support that can be provided there. We have a mechanism where those children should be supported automatically. If it is not happening, please let us know, because remember that the children in state care fall under this ministry too. So please let us know so that we can address it. There was a question about what is my school? I went to a school in Region 7 and they asked me the same question. They've been asking for years, what is my school? And the ministry has not been able to answer. And I agreed with them that that's not appropriate, that the ministry could not answer. And so where there are those issues, we need to figure it out and determine what the school is so that the school is sure of where they stand, and any gazetting that we may have to do gets done. Those things need to be resolved. So where you have that problem, please ensure that I know about it. And that's the marginal schools, what they call marginal schools. I don't like that title at all. In terms of Alligator Pond, let me come to that. It's a part of the post-Melissa repairs, but it's also doing work under PSIP. So there's a lot of work happening, projected to happen for Alligator Pond. They're going to be getting the new roof, canteen facilities, and other areas. In terms of the scope for the bigger job for Alligator Pond, there's going to be the construction of 6 classrooms, 2 classrooms for the infant department, also the admin space, new sanitary facilities, ancillary space, a new computer room, art and science space. All of this is in the scope, and there's much more to it in terms of Alligator Pond. In terms of the termite treatment problem, I've said this, it's multifaceted, how to treat with it. It's not just treatment, and sometimes I wonder what kind of treatment if the termites like the treatment, because they come back so much more and so quickly. So obviously we have to monitor what's going on in terms of what treatment the termite really getting. And then also we're going to have to look at how we take out some of the wooden structures that is perpetuating it. In terms of the suggestion around public-private partnerships for schools, thank you for putting that on the table. We are looking at that. It's very preliminary stages, how we can use PPPs to build out our schools. On the area of the online courses being done, we will look at that one. The issue of the mental maladies in our children, yes, it is a concern, and I'm sure that social media addiction is adding to it, and it's also adding to some of us adults too, and our own maladies. So it is important that we support on the mental health side. And I agree with you that the guidance counselors are not often equipped with what is needed in terms of some of those harder interventions that are needed. And it's for that reason that the ministry has 35 psychologists that we have contracted across the entire island. So if the guidance counselor, parent, needs access to a psychologist, you can use one of the 35 that we have an agreement with, and the ministry pays the full fees for that person. Last year, we paid out $10 million to psychologists. that were dealing with children that needed more assistance. So if you have children in your school, families that need this kind of support from a psychologist, please note you can access this through the region, and it's a key area. In terms of the payments to the janitors, the watchmen, and the cooks, they've come to me too. That's why I got to the schools, so that they can come and whisper to me. And they've told me that they're not happy about the payments. And so we've already started to fix that. And the way to fix it, we've uploaded them, we've started the process of transitioning them onto My HR Plus, which makes the payment more automatic. So that's what we're doing in that area. In terms of Ebenezer Primary, we'll talk to the MP also on the road. I don't fix roads, it's not in my portfolio, but I will intervene for you on that. And just noting, we were having a lot of consultations around the Spark roads, and anytime there's road construction or road consultations, I would encourage the schools to participate, because your voice is important. Very important that you go to those stakeholder meetings and make the case for the roads that are coming to your school. That's important, and we'll do what we can from the ministry side when we know about it. In terms of the Morant Bay High School Visual Lab, not sure I got an update on that. Oh, it is there? Okay. It is, okay, there is a $10 million allocated under the TVET program. I will check to see where it is, because allocation just means allocation, doesn't mean the work is being done. So I will check on where that is. In terms of the Wolmer's School, I'm told it is a special case. There's been some checks that were done. I will still check on it also, because there is an issue there, and I need to figure out what has happened in that particular matter. I'm glad I was able to take all the questions. I went a little bit over the time, but thank you for asking all of these very, very good questions, and it has helped me. I find some things that I do need to work on in the ministry, so I do appreciate it. I appreciate you staying here and listening to the answers, and wherever I can help, please let me know. This system is not going to move forward just with me sitting in my office, the team sitting in the office. We're going to have to listen to you, and that's my continued approach, which is to partner with you as we work towards getting an education system that Jamaica deserves. And again, I want to thank you for all the work that you do. And Madam President, again, I wish you a successful term as President.
Thank you so much, Minister. And we look forward to the continued conversations. I'm asking you one final submission, Minister. How is the transition going concerning the merger of Cumberland High and Hydale?
Okay. That one, I mean, from the reports I've gotten, is going well. If you know something different, please let me know. But there's been a lot of consultation with the parents, with the teachers, with the MP. Everybody has been consulted on that one. The plant at Hydale is in serious disrepair. There are lots of issues there. And at Cumberland, there was a lot of spaces. I went to Cumberland, and they took me on a tour, and they said, Minister, look at all these empty classrooms. You don't have no children. That's what the school said. They said, send me some children. I said, you sure you want me to send you some children? And so that was the genesis of that, because we needed a new space for Hydale School, and so it was the perfect place. But that one has gone through a lot of consultations.
Thank you so much, Minister, and to your entire team that was here supporting you in providing the responses to the questions posed by our colleagues, and we appreciate the effort made, and the conversation continues. We apologize for detaining you that long. Well, I'm not so sure if I'm sorry, but
Because, you know, today, Minister, you should block the entire day to spend with the Jamaica Teachers Association. So please to ensure you do that, or the persons who handle your bookings, they ensure they do that next year and coming. So, okay. Now I'm going to allow you to come and do that. So, colleagues, we will now, so we thank the ministry. I think they will just allow us to close out this session. So I'll invite Dr. Nicely to come and suggest how we will take care of the 9th and 10th sessions and going forward.
Thank you, Madam President. For the persons who have their programs, you will see that we have a bit of a challenge by virtue of time. And so the request through the President is that we merge the 9th and 10th session. And what we will do, having merged them, I'll just take you to some very important activities that we have to undertake before we end the conference. All right, so the 9th session has the Constitution of Conference, answering questions and committee reports, presentation of the JTA 26-27 program. That is the President's program. We must entertain and approve that program. So that's one thing that has to be done. It has resolutions, it has announcement, it has adjournment. And the 10th session has Constitution of Conference, answers to questions, and then Constitution of the General Council 2026-2027. We must constitute the General Council. The General Council, as we all know, is the second highest decision-making body, and it's the body that acts in the absence of conference itself. And so I would want to say, when we merge a session, the first thing we'll do is do the presentation of the JTA 26-27 program, the President's program, have that approved, and then, Madam President, you can make a decision if we can take one resolution or two, and then we have to go to the Constitution of General Council. But we cannot leave today without constituting General Council. It's a high priority item. So I guess in the first instance, Madam President, I'm asking you to request of the conference permission to merge the 9th and 10th session after the lunch break.
Could we have someone to move the motion to merge the... Could please state who you are and for the official records.
Ramona Bromfield, Membership Chair. I'll move the motion to merge the 9th and the 10th session after lunch.
Do we have someone to second the motion? Okay, thank you so much. The motion is before the conference. All in favor? Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Right, so Madam President, beyond that, the recommendation is that lunch will run from now, 1:10 to 2:10 p.m. That is lunch, and we resume at 2:10 with our merged 9th and 10th session.
Thank you, colleagues. We ask you please to be on time. Let us not go home sundown.
Oh, God. You went somewhere? No. You told me you had a hearing. You had a hearing.
Madam Chair, credentials.
President, we are duly constituted to begin this 9th and 10th session of our conference.
Thank you so much. So at this time, colleagues, there are no answers to questions, because no questions have been posed. I pray this does not happen next year. Let me do a little bit of education. So you see, colleagues, when it is that you could either have come to the conference with questions prior to, or having heard presentations that could not have facilitated your questioning,
during the assigned session, it is appropriate for you to submit those questions through the question and answer segment that starts each session. So that is an avenue where some unanswered questions, be it about finance, be it about whatever that has been presented in previous sessions, you didn't get a chance to tender your question because of time constraints, you can use this opportunity as well. So please make use of the answers to questions section as you proceed coming to conferences. Before I go any further, I know the room is a little scanty, but are there any first-time comers to conference? We have not recognized you as yet. Could I ask you kindly to stand? And all the other people who are standing, that the standing orders say when the president is speaking ought to be seated. I ask you kindly, and especially as we want to recognize now the persons who are here for the first time at an annual conference. Can you please put your hands together? Welcome, and can I tell you this is a life-changing moment. You will make it an annual event, trust me. Once you've been bitten, you're getting back here year after year. Welcome, and we look forward. Are the trustees insisting by asking anyone who you were trained at a study circle this year and you are here? Ah, yes. You were trained at the study circle and you are here. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 hands going up. Yes, so we clap them. Thank you. And I pray you have completed at least one round of circle. This awesome. Good job. Good job. Good job. Keep it going. Yes, this is the education arm. And I hear the chairman is very happy. He is applauding vociferously.
Those who have not yet bought their raffle tickets, raise their hand.
And those who have not yet bought their raffle tickets, you may raise your hand so the DSG can harass you. It is for a worthy cause. Okay, colleagues, we go full speed ahead at this time. Presentation of the JTA's 2026-2027 program. And before I go there, committee. Oh, yes, yes. So the committee reports, my dear colleagues, they are so tabled and compiled in the Google Docs that you have been provided. It is my prayer, and I pray it will be made manifest next year, because the committees work hard for the conference year. And oftentimes, personally, this is my belief, that we need another day for conference. That's my thought. But until we get there, until you establish that will, and you know the roads through which you can do say, until we get there, I believe that perhaps next year what we can do, I had suggested it in a meeting, that in terms of having some, well, I don't know the early breakfast meetings going with you, because when we're supposed to come down here at X time, we're not coming. But we'll see how that goes, as well as displays somewhere about the place, because we must showcase the work of the committees over the conference year. It is critical. That is how you are going to be empowered to nullify the argument that the JTA is only about salaries and conditions of service. It is not true. And so it is important for us to zoom in and focus on that. So presentation of the JTA's 2026-2027 program. Habakkuk 2 says, write the vision and make it plain upon tablets, that he may run that readeth it. By the grace of God and the efforts of all stakeholders, the following are initiatives to be undertaken for the ensuing conference year. All are geared towards empowering the membership. Hence, it is fundamental that we play, as they play a significant role in formulating the programs that will guide the initiatives intended. So all stakeholders are important. They are as follows. 1, to host an education symposium. That, colleagues, there's a challenge re mathematics, and we want to focus on the teaching of mathematics, numeracy, intervention. Yes, and so that will be an area that we want to focus on. 2, to host a residential early childhood conference. And that, again, is important as we continue to advance the matters concerning education. Our immediate past president didn't get a chance to use it, but all the presentations and the framework, I believe, are in train. And we were at a place we have established a relationship with DIME. And so we certainly want to explore using that DIME platform to raise some funds that could help support ECIs, those, of course, that have membership, members of the Jamaica Teachers Association. So those schools that perhaps they have attained 8 out of the 12 standards, but they need 4 assistants to help with 2 or 4 or 1 to help them meet the standard of being of the Early Childhood Commission. We want to be empowering our early childhood schools in that way, providing that support. Host online forum with stakeholders, principal, teachers, multi-grade institutions. A women's conference, I do believe, is relevant, timely. It's a female president. I think we had one, and we did have one, though it was a male president last year. So we're very happy to have continued that while, even though it was a male president. 5th, to host a one-day conference for our lecturers at the tertiary level. Now, I think oftentimes our colleagues at the tertiary think that the association does not give as much attention to them and the issues that affect them. And so we would want to, be addressing that in the coming conference year. Facilitate a residential retreat, and this one is going to be a critical of the the sector committees, EC, primary, secondary, tertiary, and special education, and incorporate some other very significant chairs to review some. The theme is reformation now. Who must lead that discourse? In the reformation of education, it has to be us. It has to be us. So we hear what ETOC is saying. We want to look at what they have been presenting and where they are in all vis-a-vis what the Patterson report, what the 2004 task force, and then position our craft, our response, and position that to the government of Jamaica. So this particular activity is one that I am will be very adamant about, because it will be critical to our adding our voice to the national conversation in a meaningful way. 7, formulate and execute, activate information sharing strategies regarding the JTC bill. We await the response of the minister to facilitate a meeting. I listen and listen keenly. To facilitate a meeting with us prior to or based on the amendments that have been shared. And I did, my hearing was clear enough to recall her to say that the submissions last made, that several they have been treated with. Praise God. Yes, when we get the document, we will see. So we will also be focusing, another major undertaking is to continue the process of executing a strategic review for the Jamaica Teachers Association. We also want to host a sponsorship consultation sensitization meeting very early in the conference year to onboard additional sponsors for the JTA Athletic Championships. 10, we also, it's a natural part of the process, real Labor Day projects, and so definitely we will be embarking on those. Still settling and working, I have my mindset, but you know, there are some things that we have to fine tune before I decide if we go this direction or that, and then of course when I consult with some key persons as it relates to the Labor Day projects, but those will be executed in our 4 regions. Very important to me, colleagues, and I think it should be to the nation, I do engage in farming. Food security is critical. If we are watching what is happening on the international scenes, if you have not started doing backyard gardening, if you don't have no backyard and you have a patio, or you only have veranda, you have pots, you have bags, you have different, but start planting something. Because if you have 2 breadfruit, you can get some of my ackee. Yes? And if you have, I won't say pig, if you have cow, I can get piece of your goat or chicken. Yes? And so it is very important. National Tree Planting Day, though, comes up very early. And I am hoping that it will be mobilized among the parishes and DAs where it is. There are some trees that are, when you research them, they are super trees. And they produce super fruit. So the moringa, jackfruit, breadfruit, and other fruit trees I am suggesting and imploring for us. And if every school has a moringa tree, you would be shocked to know how much riches you're sitting on concerning that one moringa tree. Verse, oh Lord, number... The next point, host a new principals conference. 1 to 5 years, I think our principals 1 to 5 years are still in need of support to help them to execute their duties in fiduciary management, procurement, budgeting, HR, human resource, proposal writing, policy development. I think we can support our new principals in that way. And so, yes, that is another thrust. to host an education conference, and if we don't finish it off, and I don't think we will, it will be not really a part 2, but we will perhaps look at another aspect of mathematics education. Host a series of financial empowerment sessions. To partner with places like the Geoland Services teachers, it is very important for us to create generational wealth. We must leave a legacy to our children. And so we will be exploring that. There are some unfinished business from the first time around, like that of unveiling a plaque monument to commemorate the women who raised funds to offset the cost of purchasing head office and other buildings. The introduction of a Founders Week lecture to highlight trailblazers in unionism and education is also another activity that I hope this time around will get off the ground. Archiving the institutional knowledge of the association continues, and it needs to be formulated in a real way and a production done. We have some interviews already with Woodburn. The last time I had on the list, Patrick, Mrs. Spencer Jarrett, they have transitioned this life. We cannot wait. Persons like Evangeline Martin, Lilith Daly, Madge Sinclair, Madge Kirkland. She's 87 years old. We met her at the retired teachers getaway thing the other day. These are persons that we want to capture. Their lived experience and anecdotal referencing of the work and journey of the Jamaica Teachers Association. It is a legacy project that we need to get up and running. Reactivate the Trailblazer series. How many persons in this room know about the Trailblazers? We stopped producing them because we're gone E and everything. See how few hands. And the Trailblazer series certainly was another tool of us educating. This is how we remain inspired, you know, colleagues. When it is that we see those who have gone before us, the work they have done, the impact they have made on not only the JTA, but national development by the roles, the seats that they have occupied. And so it is important for us to pay attention to that. Continue partnership with agencies, stakeholder groups, unions locally, regionally, and internationally to plan, mobilize, and execute recovery assistance to teachers. Now, I am of the firm belief that when a disaster happens or when someone dies, everybody come at 9-9. I don't personally support that, you know, but everybody come at 9-9. Everybody come at your yard up to every night leading up to the funeral, and then on the funeral they support you. But you know when persons are truly in need of the support? After. So we, the Jamaica Teachers Association, and we applaud the efforts of our IPP and the team in our immediate response to the needs of our colleagues. But you know when some people need this true support? It's now. There are still teachers without a roof. There are still teachers who are getting up September to go back to school, and their roofs have not yet been replaced. And even if the roof been replaced for some of them, some people are asleep on the floor and you don't know. Because all the things on the inside were damaged. And we know the pay can only go so much and no more. They have their children to go back to school. However we can still get, I noticed the minister probably, and if she answered, I didn't hear, honestly, about, because when we were gathering the data from members, we compiled a list because I had asked a question in one of the early consultation meetings after the disaster that they had with National Parent Teachers Association and other representatives. And I asked the question, in order to prevent our teachers from leaving school to go join line down by Ministry of Labor and National Security, why couldn't the JTA compile a list, submit it to the Ministry of Education, and then the Ministry of Education, through the minister, forward it to her colleague minister? And that was eventually acknowledged and actioned by us. We submitted the list. Today I asked her for an update. I'm not sure if she gave one as to where that list is in terms of teachers. Well, we have not gotten feedback from our members to say we have gotten calls or we have gotten some monies from the Ministry of Labor to help support us in our recovery. So we will be following that up, as well as any other help we can mobilize with our international partners to assist our colleagues who are still in the process of recovery, and pray to God that He has mercy on Jamaica, that we don't have another disaster of that magnitude or near same, or any that would further disrupt. Host a series of spiritual empowerment sessions. That's important. I know the psychosocial is important, but if the spirit of man is not hopeful, then everything else pretty much dies. If you have no hope. Plan and execute an educational tour and revisit and explore character formation activities, as well as the values and attitudes program. So while the program provides a strategic direction for our work, it remains responsive to emerging needs, opportunities, and priorities as we go forth. My submissions to the 62nd Annual Conference.
So, members of conference, there is room for a question if there is one. So I would just open the floor for a few seconds. The floor is open. So remember, ultimately, what we'll be asked in conference to do is to approve the President's program, which will be integrated into the draft program that is in the reporter and will form the overall program of the association for the conference year to come. Yes, you may go ahead, please, sir.
Good afternoon, conference. Yes. Good afternoon, President. I am Basil Jones of Kingston, a mathematics teacher. I commend the celebration or the direction towards mathematics for the education conference, just confirming that number 1 point and number 13 points are the same or different.
One is education symposium, one is education conference.
So it's a double emphasis on mathematics. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Conference, Antoinette Wright, Lucy D.A., delegate. I am asking Madam President, but through you, Sec Jane, we see in the conference document that there are counseling sessions that are done on demand. And we see in your program where you want to do spiritual sessions. In Western Hanover, teachers and students were badly affected through Hurricane Melissa. We have not done those sessions with students adequately, nor have we done sessions with the teachers. Many of our colleagues in here still not put on them roof yet. We're approaching a new school year. Who is going to support us with the psychosocial sessions and have clinical sessions with us to be mentally well? Because if we're not mentally well, the students can't perform to full potential. We have not seen any bulletins that are speaking to it. We were told we were to have it with the teachers. Who must have it? The guidance counselors who are not clinical psychologists?
Okay, so if I should go ahead?
Yes.
As it relates to our core responsibility are to our members. As it relates to the children, ideally, that is the Ministry of Education purview. We can assist, but our commitment and the direction of our funds and our resourcing and our partnerships the word is leaving me. We are to be committed to our members. They take priority. We did, and it's not true to say, or fully that not true that we didn't do any psychosocial. And that is perhaps even why my thrust is probably a little different. Oh. Several psychosocial activities were done in the last conference year through the professional advancement. You see why I tell you that the committee reports are very critical. Through the professional advancement and teacher welfare committee in partnership with AFT. What I do know is perhaps the reach, the challenge. There was a challenge in the reach because they were done predominantly online. And so I think that is a challenge. So I hear your call. So perhaps what we need to do is to do some physical ones. And I can tell you that there are already preliminary arrangements. It is really for us to work out the details of same, because the very same gentleman that was engaged in some of those, his union, AFT, has already committed him to coming to Jamaica. So it is for us to see how we can get those done in the earliest parts of the school year and the conference year. So that is on the book. But the PAC did work, the early childhood and special education in combination did work. The status of women committee. So I think it's because they were somewhat done online. And the truth is some of the persons who may have been in need of it most did not have the internet access in order to, but we did get people from the West to come on for those who were so able. But we hear you and we can work on same. As it relates to the children, I'm not committing the association though to the children because our primary responsibility are to the teachers of this nation. There is already a concern in the budget as to the millions we spend on sports and stuff, and that is all geared towards the children already. And so if we help to support our teachers, then we pray if they're in the mental and spiritual standing, then they're able to, and then seek the kind of, and we will do really lobby. So now that you're bringing it to my fore, then my task is to lobby as perhaps more persons underscore your position, because I did not hear us to ask of that earlier today of the ministry in terms of what are their plans to continue or to, execute, if they have not started, those real support, psychosocial support activities for children in an ongoing manner. I know they're going to tell us about constraints and resources. And I also keep in mind that not all schools have a guidance counselor as well.
May I thank you for that response? May I ask a follow-up question?
Just one follow-up.
The regional offices do have clinical psychologists that they are paying.
So those are for our teachers. So our teachers are to access those.
So that is what the council on demand, and I have not gone to a meeting and I've heard, because there are times where I have even questioned to say, personally, what I desire is that if there is a school experience trauma and we're going into the school as a president, I would want to be able to carry one of those persons to the school in that moment. I don't want to go to the school and tell the teachers that they can access. I would want the person to be able to come along with the president to go to the school and for us to execute the task yes? So, but the council on demand is for teachers. It's not for the students whom we serve. That is the purview of the Ministry of Education. And the council on demand is available.
We hear that point, but I'm asking if the clinical psychologists that are attached to the regional offices, not regional office of the JTA,
okay,
of the Ministry of Education, can't those persons be engaged to do the sessions? In our QEC 34, 15 of my colleague principals worked from mid-November when schools reopened, to when we left, and they are going back September. 14 principals had no roofs.
Yes. Okay. So
is the 14 principals and all the teachers and
have you
students.
shared our counseling thing with those principals? Are they members, one? And have you shared it with them so they can access? Is the principals you're advocating for or the children?
All of us.
Antoinette, choose your fight. We have to, the resources of the JTA is for the teachers predominantly, and then we advocate and lobby for the children whom we serve, because that is the government's remit.
All right. So, I get the response. How do you access Counselor on Demand? Just call the
regional
number.
office. Your regional officers and the numbers, the flyers. We can pull up the flyer and to share. It's in the reporter as well.
I made reference to that. And what is the procedure after that?
So
once
we
you
can
call,
talk about that off.
Call the regional office. The regional officer will guide
So
you.
once you talk to the regional officer, the regional officer puts you just say you need to.
I'm standing on a point of order 18, continuous irrelevance. I think that you presented your program. I don't know that the discussion that is currently taking place is treating with that.
It is, but okay, thank you. So, member, right, we can talk some more about the counseling demand. And I hear your heart and concern for your colleagues who are still in recovery mode. I am very well aware of that. Dr.
Yeah, yes, Jermaine.
All right, Jermaine Williams, Westmoreland Parish Delegate. Just a quick question, comment. Madam President, regarding your program and the Women's Conference, I think you know my question.
Yes.
Yes, because when Winston Smith was president, I was the chairman for the Men in Education Conference, and of course the one that was held before online when Mr. Gabriel was president. And I remember us having the conversation, is it biannual? Because I noticed you say, as a woman president, where we'd have had the male presidents and none took place. Dr. Smith tasked me with the responsibility of chairing that committee, and I did not get the support, and I refused. I'm like, this is not going to happen online. We pay to the organization, and I believe that the same luxury that the women have to go to Jamaica Pegasus, the men are entitled to that. Because in the same breath, there are issues that are affecting us as male teachers, and I realize that for the women and the women's conference, scotch-free, and once the Men in Education Conference, a big problem. You were there in Montego Bay. You know that that conference went very well, and it has its place. So please kind of balance the scale somewhat, because we have another female president after you. So no Men in Education Conference.
Thank you, Member Williams. Yes, you may go ahead, please.
So noted, Jermaine. Mr. Williams, so noted. So noted. And we must encourage the men in education. We need more men. Men. We need more men. Yes.
Patrine Daly Chambers, General Counsel. Now, let me ask first, do the questions comments now have to be based on the president's?
Yes. Sorry. Yes. Go ahead, please, Itino.
Can go ahead, sir?
Yes, please.
Tina Williams, Blue Mountain Valley DA delegate. Madam President said something about the Values and Attitude program in her program. Can you say exactly what was said regarding it, please? Yes, please. I want to make a suggestion, so I just want to.
So it is for us to revisit and explore character formation activities as well as the Values and Attitudes program, because there was one, and I do believe under President Gabriel there was an effort to reactivate the Values and Attitudes program, and I believe some team was working on something, but we never saw the light of day of it. So I think it is for us to go and do some research, find out how far they were, and again make the national thrust for us as a nation. We see the state of our children, and it is critical for us to pay attention to their moral and their overall discipline, and character formation.
Okay, thank you for that, Madam President. During the minister's presentation this morning, she has said something about character education, the ministry has been trying to instill character education, which has, since now, still being a failure in the execution. We also have the SWPBs, that's the school-wide positive behavior intervention support, where each school has core values and those type of things. So with the paper, whatever the JTA is doing, if the ministry, if it could be something where the ministry and the JTA comes together, because if JTA has done something, it was not fully successful, the ministry is doing something, which is still not, maybe if we join force, something can happen.
That Values and Attitudes thing, it wasn't a JTA thing, It was a Ministry of Education thing.
Oh, that's the JAMVAT thing from 2000.
But it had its genesis with past PM Patterson, but there was work, as I get to understand, to revitalize same or to review and come again with it.
So
I believe I don't know if Mr. Gabriel wants to add to the conversation, but I do know, I can recall concerning same, and it was a Ministry of Education thing. It was not.
Okay, so I guess that's what they are trying back now with the character education. So I remember JAMVAT, I benefited from it when I was in college 25 years ago.
No, the JAMVAT is just one aspect of it.
And attitudes.
There was a Values and Attitudes curriculum. It was to be curriculum. It was to be a full thing to be rolled out in all our schools. And we don't know why that fell by the way. We're in need of it.
Yes, we definitely are. Thank you, Madam President.
If I may.
Yes,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Right, so just an update. So yeah, the part of the focus during my conference here was promoting positive values and attitudes. So Minister Favour did pick up on that. A national task force was developed, several meetings were held. Dr. Chin was the officer assigned to attend those meetings as well. I was a part of it. So with the transition from one minister to the other, I noticed that the meetings did not continue, but a lot of work went on, and they were at the point of seeking to launch much of this in schools. So I think it's a good place to pick up Madam President, from what was previously done.
Thank you, Mr. Gabriel.
Okay, can we have a mover to accept the President's program? Can you stand and clearly indicate? Thank you.
Oh, I thought we used the mic.
Nicola Franklin Hunt, Southwest St. Andrew DA.
Thank you. So the program has been approved and it will be incorporated in what you have in your reporter. And now we have to talk about the way forward. Madam President, I wanted to accommodate just a note on the critical illness fund. When I looked at how many persons are here for the first time, if we could give 5 minutes just to enunciate on that. No, the critical illness fund, the critical illness trust fund. Okay. Yes. Is Dr. Anderson here or Mr. He's on his phone? Can he come off his phone? This matter is of such great importance. Yes, okay. Dr. Anderson.
What time is it?
Good afternoon, conference. I am here just to make an appeal. Mr. Hall is going around selling some, what is he selling? Raffle tickets. Legitimate. I'm here to legitimize the sales of the raffle tickets. It is in aid of the JTA Critical Illness Trust Fund. Some of us may not be aware, some are. We have established a trust fund in the JTA, and I know you have heard quite a bit about critical illness around and what you can do. This one is within the JTA. And what is it for? We are trying to be able to be in a position to help members who come down with these critical illnesses and are having challenges to pay their medical bills. To date, we are approximately $35 million in the fund. We have invested much of that, and we want it to grow so that in due time, we will be able to start assisting members and members of staff at the JTA who are in need. October 5 is World Teachers' Day. That is when we have our main fundraising activity. What is it called? Wine and cheese. All the wines that you need will be there. WINE, WHINE. We are asking you to support. Last year, we had it at the Shortwood Teachers College. And though you hear Shortwood Teachers College, you can in fact still have wine there. All kinds of wine. We are asking you to give support, purchase tickets, and parish associations can also have their own activities to contribute to the fund. This is important. Dues that you pay over to the JTA, every year, 1% of your dues taken and sent to the Critical Illness Trust Fund to build up the fund. We want to thank sponsors over the period, and with no brief for Tip Friendly Society, they have contributed. We have contributed the most to the Critical Illness Trust Fund, Tip Friendly Society. The Vilma Laws 5K Run Walk, all the funds from that goes to the Critical Illness Trust Fund. So we ask you to support these activities. So October 5, we should be at Shortwood unless the principal has decided otherwise. We are going to have a fundraising activity there. We ask you to come out and support. You will hear more about it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Anderson.
All right, colleagues, we are proceeding by virtue of priority, high priority, to move to, can I ask all administrators to make themselves available, all regional officers to make themselves available. Mr. Hall might have to give the selling to someone else. We are moving to treat with the matter of the constitution of General Council. We'll have to clear certain rows for that process. We are asking persons to cooperate with us. The President will be naming chairmen, first of all, to occupy. Right, so Mr. Hall, I really need your undivided attention. Mr. Dixon, we need the trustees to assist us. Right, so the room is a little tight. Normally we have such a room that we can just ask you to vacate, and you'll have. So we're going to clear a few rows to start. Mr. Hall, the office is supposed to give me some documentation in terms of the district associations. Mr. Spence, can you try and get that for me, please? Want the middle section, please? Right, so we're going to focus on the middle section. So those of you in the middle section who can find alternative seating would ask that you do so, first of all. Like the middle half section, the middle half of the, yes. And I'm going to ask some of the men to come and help us to remove some of the chairs from off the stage, because we can give up these chairs. Madam Grant, I need my document.
Careful. Look at those. One more row. One can go beside the
Or please remove your stuff off the chairs if you have them on the chairs, please.
Colleagues all, we are now going to do the drawing for the Critical Illness Trust Fund. If you don't have a ticket, you don't have a, so this is your last chance. Let me just see those who want to buy the next ticket. Nobody buying the next ticket? Anybody buy one ticket now get two? No, that's true. If you buy one ticket now you get two. Let me see who wants to buy a ticket. Yes. This is like walk-up offering. One ticket? Good. Anybody else? And I tell you why I can give away two. Somebody bought 5 and say I must give them away. Yeah, I have 2. Good. You want 3? So that is your 3, and this is the extra. Not 3. Yeah, that is 1, and I give next one. Good. Hold on, God. Here then. No, another one. Hold on. All right, Madam PE, could you help me to pull the winning tickets? So the winner is verified by the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission. If your name call, if your ticket call, you choose one. You get that? Best prize ever. So if your ticket is called, you have a choice. A gift basket and a steamer, a steam iron, something. The flower, you can take the flowers too, yes. You can take the flowers. And the winner is 5, 3, 4, 0, 1, 0, 1. Look again, man. Look again for your ticket. I'm going to call the number again. The winner is 5, 3, 4, 0, 1, 0, 1.
Yes, yes. Which you want?
No, she have more tickets. These tickets can still win. Yes. The next prize is 5, 3, 4, 0, 1, 4, 7.
Learn from the else. Put them in a medal in a trophy and bells. Every day you see we with them on the next level. Break records like we cracking eggshells. And every single ounce of effort we expel. It's all about progress, cause we have to excel. I watch them looking like success we dress well. Another knockout for the ring the next spell. I'm about to send my haters a card to get well, cause I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it. But that's the whole gist of it. I hate in the beauty when winning and we have it, cause I'm winning. I'm winning. Oh, we're winning right now. Say we're winning right now. If we get that trophy, we won't be living right now. Cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now. Oh, we're winning right now. I'm Thanksgiving right now.
We're finishing now. Because we made lots of money, we are going to give you another gift. Yes. Prezi, just dip down. Yes. And the winner is 5, 3, 4, 0, 1, 1, 3.
Blessings come forth, blessings come forth. Yo, it is a miracle.
Somebody find that one? 5, 3, 4, 0, 1, 1, 3.
Never give up and we never lose hope. And we never sell out and never sell down. No ironically, everything when we say it's down. Listen, it never breaks.
There's a winner.
Roll out, spend the night, carbon up, yes. A regular be run boat, just to stay afloat. And be run joke, just to cope. Yeah, I know social mobility, limited scope. But mama make we know so time longer than rope. We no frying nothing.
Verified. And the winner gets a $15,000 gift certificate from Progressive Supermarket. Yes. So next time you come and buy your ticket.
All right, colleagues, I need your but Hall is not doing that. No, Hall doing that.
This was something I give you. Sir Hall.
All right. Credit Union, are you here? Quickly, please. Quickly. Yes, come please. Come back. No, take it here.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. The JTA Credit Union, it was a pleasure for being here to serve you and to impact your life positively as usual. Because we're going so fast, we want to say many thanks to the persons who came to our booth and did business with us. I know that you do appreciate the fact that the credit union is serving you and always have you at heart. We're using Spin the Wheel to give away our gifts today. And what we did, we have our documents numbered. So when the wheel spins, the documents are numbered. So the name of the person who is the winner will be announced. Hold on. So here I go with my first spin.
So it's 5 for both. So voting after the queue, you know.
And the first is number 16. Just give us a second and we hear the name of that person.
We're working the president. We have people eyes
Sean Lawrence, and this person is from St. Hilda's High School. I remember that baby face. Is she here? Is she here? Give her a clap. Give her a clap.
Never give up and we never lose hope. Never sell out and never sell down. No ironic, we get rich when we say the same stuff.
Here we go again for the spin.
Huh? May I give you the bank account number? Yeah.
Number 11.
God, why you didn't?
And that is Francis Rowe. Shaveen Francis Rowe. We want to say thank you very much. It was our pleasure to be here to continue to serve you all.
When I'm finished, I check my place. And there's a song that I play, and the moment I hear it, I feel I'm the greatest. I've got a song that makes me feel like I can conquer the world. Oh yes. I've got a song that lifts my
Can we keep it going, please? Can we keep it going? Quickly. Go ahead, please, sir. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right. I'm from Tip Friendly Society. The first person to come up here and tell me my name and age, I give them something. Right. I'm just joking. All right. The first person can come up here, just get something without answering any question. All right, Mr. Palmer. All right. So for a person who have visited the booth from Monday to today, we're going to give away something. So we're going to do a raffle, and we're going to ask Mr. Allen to pick the name.
Right away, please. Right away.
Mr. Allen.
Pick the name, Mr. Allen.
Chevany Francis Rowe. Mr. Allen, can you go again, sir, please? Susan White, she's in here. Susan White from St. Patrick's Primary. All right, so we go again. Rochelle Field. Mr. Allen for the last one. Keisha Graham from Duane Park Primary. And for our big token, this person did a huge amount of business with us, so we're just going to give him two. We have two persons. So the first person is Dr. Margaret Chin. If she's not in the room, we're going to go again. I'm just joking. She will get it. And the other person is Dr. David Powell. Somebody can, oh, he's coming.
Good afternoon, colleagues. And while Doc comes, I just want to maybe take 30 seconds just to greet you and just to say, remind you of the critical illness plan that TIP has now just launched. It cannot be matched. Premium as low as $1,000, coverage up to $3 million for your family. Entry, you are eligible anywhere between ages 18 through to 65, and the waiting period is only 6 months. Lots more benefits along with that product. You can see us at our booth for more details or visit us at any of our branches. Continue to enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, good evening. Yeah. So I'm representing the Jamaica Literacy Association, and we know that reading maketh the full man, and we need persons to join the Jamaica Literacy Association. You pay $500 per year for membership, but you can do it for lifetime for $2,500. And so we are inviting you all, if you didn't sign up, we will send the application forms, and you can collect them and sign up. And so we have 2 tokens for the first person to have signed up at the booth, and this person is Patricia Francis. I didn't get the school. Oh, she's here. She's from Magotty High School in St. Elizabeth. Good. All right, and then now we have persons who would have visited the booth. So, Mr. Allen, I just want you to choose a name. Nalda Martel. Come, Nalda.
Good.
And she will tell us which school she's from.
Good.
Duane Park Primary from St. Andrew. So a winner again. Congratulations and thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we? When I feel great and I sound loud in your petal mouth. All right, so here at Sagicor, we always encourage our teachers to get what? The maximum coverage that there is. And guess what? I have a person who she came to the booth today and she did not blink. And I had to say to her, listen to me, make sure you're inside here. So when I call your name, you can come up. And I'm going to call on Miss Donna Legister Hendricks from the Bishop Gibson High School to join me here. Morgan, and come, man. You walk like you're not getting nice things.
Girl this morning, and she was beauty to my eyes. I asked her where she from, she tell me in the topics. She asked me what's my name, I tell her I am Connie.
I have another gift for someone. Mr. Buddy raise and think of them. No! This person is Joan Blackwood Simpson. You're not get Joan nothing. Joan, come here, y'all. You hear the bad mind and petal why you shout so loud. It's right here. And I have to say, when Joan came yesterday, she knew exactly what it is that she had wanted. What do you mean? And she said she celebrates her. All right, thank you.
Tired of the exploit and the liars. She give them reggae, give them beaches, give them flowers and the ferns. All she got is abuse in return. But I say,
hi everyone, Prudence Burrell, Jamaica Publishing House. I'm here to give away some tokens. So I'm going to start and go quickly. So I'm going to call Mr. Ansel Palmer. Is he still here? Mr. Look here. If who not get the price, you not real, right? Real for Mr. Palmer, please. Give him a clap.
no must see him super cat did a chat. Side balance on the wheel and clock. No let no truths conceal all tracks.
Great news. All right. Janice Osborne here. No? Come on, Miss Osborne. All right, give Miss Osborne a clap. Is Jocelyn, no, it's Angeline here. Come on, quickly. And I have one more person, Azet War Fagan. Is that person here? Everyone here?
But I've seen bush doctors like Tash and Marley resurrect like a real black beetle. Malcolm, Marcus, Martin. When you see Walter Rodney asking, oh, you not hear about oh well laughing. So when the little offspring asking, tell them they never told us that black is beautiful. They never told us black is beautiful. They never told us that black is beautiful. They never told us. They never told us that black is beautiful. You a behave and a go on like you never spent 500 years on a farm.
All right, colleagues, I have some more tokens that I'm going to give away quickly. And I know you know about our products and services. And I still encourage you to support the Jamaica Publishing House, those who don't start it as yet. I want you to buy. Anyone here teaches at grade 411? Anyone teaches at the 3 and the 411? Come quickly. 4, grade 4, quickly. Quick, the first person who comes up will get that prize. Don't run, don't fall, don't trip, please.
I start read about things like Dogans, Black Kemet and Kush. Black kings, black senate and books. We teach about pyramids and put real significance to we physical looks. So every word when we sing black, in my word everything black. Black, white, black, right back. So don't be surprised if we say me king black, cause they never do.
Or anyone teaches at the grade 3 level. Grade 3. I want 2 persons.
Black is beauty, they never told us.
All right, we have some persons. We have some persons who came to my booth and you have a raffle. Dr. Nice will be the honor, just raffle this, shake up this for me and choose a name for me. And if a person is not here, you know that's right? If the person is not here, it goes to someone who's in the room. All right, grade 3. All right, so this is a grade 3 book. I want one more grade 3. If 2 is here, I'll take you. Grade 3 quickly. Thank you, all right, the first person for the basket. And the final one.
A camera, the phone.
All right, the first person to ask for the basket is Nikki. What? Yes, hold on. Oh, I think it's Nikisha.
Why are you telling me?
Nikisha Edwards. Nikisha Edwards. She's not in here? Nikisha is in here?
All right.
No, okay. The next one, Dr. Nicely.
Oh, the next one.
What's, all right.
Here's the next one.
All right, the next person is Sybil Newton Bryant. Is that person here? All right, next person, Dr. Nicely. Person's not here.
No, sir.
All right, give her a clap, colleagues. Give her a clap. All right, the next winner is Claudia Robinson Cargill. Give her a clap, please. Thank you so much, colleagues. Support. Thank you so much, colleagues. Support the Jamaica Publishing House. Visit us at JPH. Yes, but if you get no, ICWJamaica.com. Thank you.
That happens when you give prize and take it back. Colleagues, all just to announce that the presents for the Critical Illness Trust Fund came from Tip Friendly Society and Marathon Insurance Brokers. And we already have a prize for next session. Next thing, anything next, we have a NutriBullet. See it right there? If you buy another ticket, you may get a chance.
All right, colleagues, we are going to get straight into it. So we are now at the point of the constitution of General Council. And I'm going to tell you the names who are to be seated in the middle section. Not all persons will move to the section because some persons are staff, they are working. The presidents will normally stay here, but they are a part of the General Council. So the officers are Mrs. Lasonia Harrison, President Dr. Maureen Mullins Nelson, President-elect, and Mr. Mark Malava, immediate past President. And then we have the trustees, and we ask the trustees to move to the section if they are here. That's Ms. Nadine Malloy, Dr. Garth Anderson, Mr. Ray Howell, Mr. Howard Isaacs, and Mr. Jasford Gabriel. And then we go to past President 1 remove, and that is Dr. Mark Smith. And then we go to the administrators, and I'll just read the name for, Mark Nicely, Clayton Hall, Doran Dixon, Dr. Margaret Chin, Madam Petal Thompson, Norman Allen, Dr. Georgia War Richards, Colin Spence, Winston Smith, Faitlin Meeks Ellis, Leon Nash, Wayne Clark, and Andre Morrison. And then we go now to the parish representatives. And for Kingston, we have Miss Jamil Shaw, Camperdown High School, and Mrs. Tasha Martin Thorne, Tisha Martin Thorpe, Excelsior Community College, St. Andrew, Mrs. Ramona Clark Johnson, St. Jude Primary School, And then Mrs. Tanya Lynch Davis, Content Gap Primary. We're on to St. Thomas, Miss Roy Main Robinson, Yallas Primary School, and Mrs. Falina Marriott Bassant, Yallas High School. We're on to Portland, Charlene Berry Brown and Kadeen Taylor Johnson of Port Antonio Infant. Both of them are of Port Antonio Infant. And then we move to St. Mary, Tanisha Hibbert Bryce, Port Maria Infant, and Patricia Clark, Aracabessa High School. Persons move quickly, please. St. Anne, Dr. Senior Smith, Monique College, and Karine Griffiths Morgan, Monique College as well. Trelawney, Mr. Ansel Palmer, Low River Primary, and Mr. Horace McKellop, Hamden Primary and Infant. Mr. Leighton Johnson should also have been there. That is past president, twice removed. Miss St. James, Dr. Mercy, Montego Bay Community College, and Mrs. Reed Buckner, Catherine Hall Primary. Hanover, we have Miss Nikisha Purcell, Upper Rock Spring Primary and Infant, and we have Mr. Wallace, Rhodes Hall High. We then move to Westmoreland, and we have Mrs. Smith Griffiths, Peggy Barry Primary, and Mr. Jermaine Williams, Manning's School. St. Elizabeth, we have Stephen Sheriff, Nain High, and Audley Fair, Aberdeen High. All right, Manchester, Marie Hilton, Walker, Harvey Watch Primary and Infant, Harry Watch, sorry, Primary and Infant. And we have Shelley and Bruce Reed, Manchester High School. For Clarendon, we have Dr. Miller Thompson, Wanstead Primary, and Carleen Anderson, Give Him a Bit Primary. And then we have St. Catherine, Mr. Thank you very much, you're very helpful. And then Friendship Primary School is his school, and then Miss Wright Grant of St. Jago High School. And then we are moving to the districts now, and the districts in Kingston, 4 of them. East is Miss Price, St. Benedict Primary School, and then West is Miss Glenroy, Mr. Glenroy Williams, St. Andrew Technical High School. That's my alma mater, by the way, so that's okay. No worries. North Central, Miss Rose Alpha Infant School, and South Central, Miss Carol Paul, St. George's Girls School. I know Miss Paul. Oh, all right. So St. Andrew is East, Mr. Henry Arden, Miss Henry Arden High School. North Central, Dejavere, Walters, Constant Spring Primary. West Central is Miss Gail Rose, Duhaney Park Primary School. Northwest is Mrs. Newton Bryant, Oberlin High School. Southeast is Jamal Newton Bryant of Oberlin. And then Mrs. White, Minto, Maxfield Park Primary. Central is Miss Anderson, Edith Anderson, Trenchtown Primary. And north is Miss Clark of Cavaliers, Tatlin Clark of Cavaliers Primary and Infant. Is it that we have a name? Gordontown, we await Gordontown. So we're on to St. Thomas. East is Miss Josephine Hewitt, St. Thomas Technical High. West is Mrs. Jennifer Richards Wilson, Yallas High School. Central is Miss Charmaine Reed, Port Morant Primary and Junior. Blue Mountain Valley is Mrs. Haynes, Charlene Haynes Watson, Lystra Primary and Infant School. We're on to Portland. East, Ashley, Shauna Ashley, Seaside Primary. Rio Grande is Stephanie Wiggins. Coopers Hill Primary and Infant. Port Antonio is Kadeen Taylor Johnson, Port Antonio Infant, and St. George's is Shireen Willis. Charlestown Primary. We're on to St. Mary, and the East is Citri Brandt, Anota Bay High. Central is Patrina Farragon. Is that it? Farragon? Yes. St. Mary High. North is Winsome Davis James, Free Hill Primary and Infant. Richmond is Donette Cousins, Scotts Hall Primary, and West is Warren White, Retreat Primary. We're on to St. Anne. Ocho Rios, you have Christine Lawrence, Epworth Primary. St. Anne's Bay, we have Rowena Newman Ridley, St. Anne's Bay Infant. Then you have Claremont, Javid Allison, Ferncourt High. We have Brownstown, Opal Brown, Lower River Buxton Primary. Monique is Monique Rose Reed, Monique College. And Alexandra is Tanisha Stewart, Higgins Land Primary and Infant. All right, we are now on to Clarendon. You do have a Trelawney on yours? After St. Anne. Yeah. Let me yours. Thank you. All right, so we're on to Trelawney Central. Miss Palmer, Clarkstown Primary. Queen of Spain is Miss Maria Joseph Hemmings, Wakefield Primary and Infant. Falmouth is Miss Shannon Anglin, Hague Primary and Infant, and in Upper is Tamar Dixon, Albertown High. We're on to St. James. Montego Bay 1 is Mrs. Judith Wallace, Farm Primary and Infant. Montego Bay 2 is Mr. Palmer, Montego Bay Community College. Montego 3 is Mrs. Caroline Clark Brown, Providence High and Infant. And Chovy is Miss Dana May Miles, is that correct? Dana May Miles, right. And Chovy High. Cambridge is Miss Watson Horton, Cambridge Infant. Upper in St. James is Mr. Demar Harvey, Malden High. And then Hanover we have Hopewell, and that's Miss Nicola Hall, Sandy Bay Primary. Green Island is Miss Julia Johnson, Rhodes Hall High. Nakalva is Miss Sarita Scotchman, right? And that's Chester Castle Primary. And then Lucy is Mrs. Annette Levy Riley, Cocoon Primary and Infant. And we're on to Westmoreland. A couple missing for Westmoreland, but let's go. Savlamar, Mrs. Marvin Scott, Upper Unity. Little London, Mrs. Nikisha Thorpe, Little London Primary and Infant. And then we have Grange Hill, Miss Esther Hughes, Townhead Primary and Infant. Petersfield is missing. White House has Mr. Ryan Simpson, Belmont Academy. Betheltown is missing. Darlington is missing. We're on to St. Elizabeth. Pedro Plains. Claudette James, Newell High. Balaclava. Corinne Watson Smith, Quick Step Primary. Northwest, Magotty. Andrea Brown, Retirement Primary. Black River is Kensley Walters, Fife's, Five Spen Primary. All right, I don't think I've been to this school. Southeast, Sisita is Julie Winter Robinson, Bethlehem Moravian College. Central is Sandrine Moore, Santa Cruz Primary and Infant. Newmarket is Donique Parchment, Nightingale Grove Primary. We're on to Manchester Northwest. Natalia Benbow Smith, Mile Gully High. East Central is Anderson Powell, Old English, primary and infant. Old England, sorry, primary and infant. Poros Yannick Wellington, St. Jago primary and infant. North is Fitzroy Abbott, Christiana Moravian primary. West Central is Joan Blackwood Simpson, Ebenezer primary and infant. And south is Natasha Anderson Bryan, Grovetown primary. And then if I continue now, I think, Petal, I should be at Clarendon. All right, Clarendon. Chapelton, Evoy Scott, Mount Providence primary and infant. May Penn is Dr. Latoya Reeves. Seymour Edwards infant. Moko is Amoy Senior Hay. Thompson Town High. There is Carleen Anderson, Give Him a Bit, primary and infant. Kellitz is Kimoy Benjamin, Harriet, Brandon Hill, primary. And Frankfield is Andrea Ricketts, Kellitz, primary and infant. St. Catherine, the last parish. Linstead is Mrs. Latoya Miller, Enid Bennett High School. Guys Hill is Mrs. Erica Ford Bailey. Guys Hill primary and infant. Northeast is Mrs. Judith Tucker Marriott, Glengoff High School. Northwest is Mrs. Chevine Francis Rowe, Tatius Golden High School. And Portmore, right, is Mrs. Anna K. Terrelong Nelson, Port Henderson Primary School. St. Jago is Miss Claudia Mills Dillon. St. Jago High and St. Catherine High, sorry, and Troja, sorry, is Mr. Alvin Walker, Mount Hermon Primary and Infant School. And then Upper St. John is Mrs. Shernette, Dr. Shernette Powell, Point Hill, Least Primary School. We go now to the co-option, the President's co-option. 15 is what I have, and I'm going to read the names now. So number 1 is Colleen Reed Grant. Number 2 is Andrea Brian Hughes. Number 3 is Tamashella Smith. Then Melissa Beckford. Then Antoinette Wright. Then Ramona Bromfield. Winston Robinson. Dr. Sherilla Powell, and then Lorraine Henningham, Fillmore McCarthy, Georgia Dodds, Michelle Evans, Rhea Richards Peart, Kerry Ann Coombs, and Maurice Edmond. Is that? That's it. All right, so those are the 15. And administrators, help me. The 15 we have to move and ask for co-option. Mr. Hall? Yes, so I think I'm going to do that now, and then we move to the voting segment. So for the 15 nominees of the president, we need to ask for co-option, but it's only the council. Yes. Can we have a motion from members of General Council? Thank you, Mr. Ansel, and then Ansel Palmer and Roymain Robinson. And so that matter, all in favor? Just the group here, aye, and any against, silence. So the ayes have it, and we now move. Mr. Dixie, you're coming, not me? Yes, we are going to have a voting now because there is a gap of 5. Right, so we're gonna do that voting. Just to say, for information, there are interest groups that would also be accommodated. So that's the primary, the early childhood sector, the Association of Principals and Vice Principals, Jamaica Association of Principals of Secondary School. There are 2 associations of secondary principals, which I've just named. One is the Association of Principals and Vice Principals, and one does not accommodate the vice principals, and it is called the Jamaica Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. And then you have the Association of Principals of Technical High School, and you have the Jamaica Association of Principals of Infant and Primary School. That's an association that the JTA formed not so long ago. And then you have the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica. You have the Vocational Training and Development Institute, which is VTDI. And then we have the National Retired Teachers Association. We have the Jamaica Association of Guidance Counselors in Education. We have the Jamaica Literacy Association. We have the Young Professionals Association. We have the Science Teachers Association of Jamaica. We have the Deans of Discipline. We have all age and junior high. And then we have technical schools. And what the association will do administratively, where these bodies exist, we will write to them and ask them to name their representatives. And once they name their representatives, we'll onboard them onto the General Council. The aim of this move is to ensure that we have a wide sector representation on the General Council as we deal with matters having to do with various elements and sections and departments of the education system as a whole. And so I'm going to hand over to my colleagues, Hall, Dixon, to distribute the ballots. And we are going to open for nomination. Will the gentleman be able to bring the things on screen? All right, go ahead, please, Ramona. You're up first. Yes, see if you can use the mic to echo it. But we are writing it on paper first.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Ramona Bromfield, I move to nominate Miss Nahalia Lynch.
Miss Nahalia Lynch has been nominated. If you are not nominating, just keep your hand down. We're going to accommodate all nominations. Who is seconding? Mark Smith is seconding? Who is seconding Mahalia Lynch? Yes, sir. Ansel Palmer is seconding, so we have a seconder. Mark Smith, can you go ahead, please? You're nominating. Alex Bourne has been nominated. Mr. Ray Howell has seconded. Yes? Yes, madam.
Nominating first, Dr. Nestle.
Hold a moment, please. Okay, just I am slowing down a little bit. Pace was probably a little bit too fast. Now, one of the things we are trying to ascertain if the persons who are being nominated are here. Well, that is a question being asked of me. And
on a point of order, Mr. Secretary General, how I understand nominations to go is that an individual is nominated. The individual, based on the nomination process, the individual must be given and must have the opportunity to accept or reject that nomination. And if the individual is not here, then by right, the individual cannot accept that nomination. This was something that we treated with last year. And it came up at annual conference.
I don't mean to cut you. I don't mean to cut you.
No,
Mr.
I don't want you to
President.
cut me.
No, I'm not going to cut you, but we have to have order. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. Hold on, colleagues. Persons will be able to speak. There's no muzzle. But we have to have order and respect for each other. The immediate past president is on the floor. We can await his submission, and then other persons can be accommodated.
We cannot have individuals accepting nominations by proxy, because at the end of the day, the individuals that are voting must know who they are voting for or not. So it was something that was treated with last year. At annual conference, it came up at General Council. It was treated with. I know Mr. Hall's position on it, and it was dealt with extensively with respect to that matter, Secretary General. Thank you much.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Trustees Howell's hand.
Mike, where's the other mic? You can lend the mic, please?
This is not General Counsel for Trustee Howell to have his own mic as yet. This is the rise of conference.
Mr. President, Madam President, all of us know that Alexander Bourne
There has to be a principle. One was established last year before. We can't continue to operate according to who we like, prefer, don't like. If it is we establish that the individual must be in the room at the time of nominations, then we ought to decide if we're going to stick by it. We cannot continue to operate this way. I see Trustee Anderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I just want to make a point because it's important. We have been going back and forth on this particular issue. Precedence is already there where persons have been nominated in position as we speak, and the person was never present at council. It has happened at conference in the past where persons were nominated and we float from one thing to the next. So I believe the conference would need to take a position on it. But if you say it was taken last year, council, I believe sometime last year, did vote for somebody who wasn't present. So we can't. It's all right. It's all right. No. I don't wish to name, but the person is in fact aware of himself.
No, last year on this outgoing, I remember at the council meeting, persons were nominated there and they were not facilitated.
I'm going to ask you, Madam President, to ask the Secretary General to advise you.
Madam President.
Honorable Council, Annual Conference. This matter is in need of fixing via a resolution. The precedents set by last year's annual conference is the precedents we will be working with for this conference. Dr. Nicely, you may proceed. The person is not present. We move on.
All right, by ruling of our president, we are going to proceed in this order. If the person is not here, no, that don't mean anything. If the person is not here, colleagues, the person ought not to be nominated. All right, so we're going to start afresh with this clear understanding. So even the original, we don't have any nomination as of now. Just to say, Ramona, go ahead, please. I'm coming back. Everybody will be accommodated.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Yes.
I move to nominate Nahalia Lynch.
Nahalia Lynch, can we have a seconder, please?
She was nominated already.
All right, now we're just starting afresh. So, Tamashel, are you seconding? Yes, sir. Right, thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to say it again. Every nomination will be accommodated. Do not put up your hand when I'm asking for a seconder. Or once you put it up, I'm going to name you as a seconder. All right? So, at the front, go ahead, please. Mrs. Bernice Beckett Duhaney, and she has been seconded. Yes, Doc. Go ahead, Doc.
Good afternoon, Council. Shernette Powell, Upper St. John's Day. I stand to nominate Dr. Prim Lewis.
Dr. Prim Lewis has been nominated and seconded. Just beside you, Doc. Yes, go ahead, please. Yes, go ahead, please. Not hearing you, Melissa. Not your usual voice.
Melissa Beckford, I'm standing to nominate Carlisle Taff.
Carlisle Taff has been nominated. He is not here. He left. He is here. Work with me. Can we have a seconder for Carlisle, please? We have a seconder, Carlisle. Carlisle has been seconded. All right, Carlisle, Petal is saying that you came and told her goodbye. Next time you do that, you need to really mean goodbye. You have to watch these men, you know. Men who telling you goodbye and they are still there. Yeah, careful. At the front. Fatima Aliman has been nominated. Do we have a seconder? Yes, has been seconded. Yes, at the Jonathan Grant. Laverne Johnson has been nominated. Can we have a seconder, please? Yes, I see a seconder. Yes, Madam Grant.
I'm nominating Mr. Calvin Walsh.
Mr. Calvin Walsh. Where is he? Is he here? He's over there. Okay. And you have a seconder? Yes. McKellop is seconding. And then yes, sir. Yes, McKellop. Go ahead, McKellop. Omar Tomlinson has been nominated. And do we have a seconder? Yes. Hanover has seconded. Yes, sir. I'm coming back to you. Devony Chambers is nominated as second. Yeah, we have a seconder. A nomination still open? Yes. Go ahead, please. I know it's late to tell you, but it's only 5 spaces. But go ahead, please.
Khalid Reed Grant, I rise to nominate Devony Chambers.
She was nominated and seconded. Lady from St. Catherine? Jessica Scarlett has been nominated. Can we have a seconder, please? Yes, we have a seconder. Any other nominations? Yes, please.
I rise to nominate Nathaniel Stewart.
Nathaniel Stewart has been nominated, and we have seconders. Yes, go ahead, please. I'm coming back to you. Yeah. She was nominated and seconded. There seemed to be a little thing about the General Council this year so far, Yes, we're having a challenge putting it on the screen. We're going to call the persons up so you can know them and, see them and so on. Yes. Mr. Eaton McNamee has been nominated and seconded. All right. Any other nominations for the 5 positions that are available? Going once. Going 2 times. Any other nominations? Gone 3 times. Can I ask the persons to come up front, please? Prim Lewis. Carlisle Taff. Fatima Alimin. Calvin Walsh. Devony Chambers. Natalie Stewart. Eaton McNamee. And if you were nominated and didn't hear your name, come. If we have closed? Yes, we have closed nomination. we're not able to put it up there and so on, I'm just gonna ask the persons, can we loan them the mic, please? All you're going to do is give your name. And just give your name in the normal pitch, not a campaign pitch. Just your name, normal pitch. All right? And go a little slowly, you know, so that it registers with the voters. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Name, Calvin Walsh.
Omar Tomlinson.
Laverne Johnson.
Eaton McNamee.
Afternoon conference, afternoon council. Name is Nathaniel Stewart.
Good afternoon. Devon Chambers is the name.
Good afternoon. Fatima Alamin.
Carlisle Damartoff.
Good afternoon. Jessica Scarlett.
Good afternoon. Prim Lewis.
Great afternoon, conference. Bernice Beckett Duhaney is the name.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nahelia Lynch.
All right, thank you all. I'm going to still ask you to just stand a little bit. There are 12 nominees, and we're asking persons to cast their votes. For 5, just 5 names. Write 5 names on it. It can be less, but it ought not to be more. And what I've noticed is if you have a long name, you have a better chance of being elected. When you're naming your children, give them 5 or 6 names. By the time they say it, somebody must remember that they must vote for them. Yes, so there are, the name tag is there. 5 names. 5 names on the... If you put 6, the ballot is spoiled. 1 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, it's spoiled. Yes, you may go down, and while you go, you may hold up your tag. Hey, most persons have voted already, but you never know. And thank you very much, nominees. It's a vote of confidence that you were nominated. We are in the process of collecting. Pass all your ballots to the left, please. To your right, to your right. Pass all your ballots right, please, so that the collection is easy, and then we're going to be having the counting. And Petal, you are organized to count? All right, so we're gonna do the counting just over there. And colleagues, I'm reminding members of General Council that our first meeting will be the first Saturday in September, and we'll also have a meeting on the last Saturday in September. So General Council members, you have 2 meetings in September. All right, for Central Executive, I just want to tell you the date for the Central Executive training, already determined. This year, we are extending by 1 day because we are accommodating the National Education Union, which is the largest union in America. They will be coming in and offering some training, very relevant training. September 5 is the Central Executive. Is the General Council. Is what? The first General Council to it's the 5th. Right. So let me just give you some dates. I'm just pulling up the calendar and I'm asking persons to note the dates. So if we go to September 5th is our special General Council meeting. And that is where we will determine the committees. At that meeting, you will hear who are the chairmen of committees. And from the level of the General Council, we will vote regarding the composition of the committees. Many of these committees do have the co-option ability by virtue of the Memorandum and Articles of Association. So at their first meeting, they will engage in a co-option process. And the co-options are limited to the provisions of the Memorandum and Articles of Association. And then on the 26th, we will have our regular General Council meeting. Now, be reminded that General Council meets twice in September, once in November, once in March, and once in June. The March meeting is a very important meeting because it is the meeting at which resolutions to be brought to annual conference are really to be placed. So that March meeting is very important. And then we have our June meeting. So you really have 5 General Council meetings for the year ordinarily, unless the President has a need to call a special General Council meeting. But there are 5 scheduled meetings. All other months, it is the Central Executive that meets on the odd months. The odd months being October, January, February, April, May, and July. So all those months are Central Executive meetings. Again, the President may call a special Central Executive meeting, and there are provisions in the Memorandum and Articles of Association as to the timeline for the calling of those meetings. But of course, if the matter is of grave urgency, it can be called with very little notice whatsoever. In terms of the training will be the 29th, the 30th, and the 1st of October. So we're asking Central Executive members to block these dates, the 29th, the 30th, and the 1st of October. So it runs from the end of September through to the 1st of October. What I will also say to Central Executive members is that based on the nature of the training, it is likely, hold on please, it is likely that we are going to still be active on the Friday because we may be taking some kind of action on the Friday because the training is really about taking action. That's what the training is about. And to go a little further, we have normally take, for example, strike action round about salaries and conditions of service. But what is happening this year, certainly under the leadership of our current president, is that we are going to be looking at the other areas that require our attention, like early childhood education, which we know there are a lot of atrocities happening in that sector, right? And other areas that we need to take action on. So the early childhood is really the area that we are targeting. And a part of the training, NEA is going to be bringing down at least 1 or 2 artists. And artists meaning that these persons make placards. They design them, they make them, they paint them, they conceptualize them. And then we are going to be joining forces with Edna Manley School of Art, and we are going to actually be developing more than 1 campaigns. So, loosely speaking, we are going to be training our population to act, to be, well, the theme says it, right? So just to say, gear up for that. And then we plan to cascade it into the schools and so on. I'll just give you one example of, so you have low level, you have mid level, you have high level action, and the levels determine the risk level of them. So one low level that we talked about is a walk-in. What is a walk-in? A walk-in is a no-risk action. So what it means is that the teachers, when they come to school in the morning, they do not enter the school. They stand outside the school, and they wait until everybody arrives outside the school, and then they walk in together. So that's a walk-in. It doesn't have any risk associated with it. Nobody can lose their job or lose salary or so on. It may attract media attention, and that's what we would want. But the subtle message about that walk-in is that in the same way you can walk in, you can also walk out. And so that is the message. And there are other levels that we'll be trained on. So that promises to be very, very interesting. And so if you need letters from us or so on, please let us know so we can help you to ensure that you are present at that particular training. The venue has been settled on. I don't have it in my head, but I know it's somewhere in Montego Bay that it's going to be. All right. We are waiting on the counting. You're at what percentage points? All right, committee chair, you want to present your things. We can do that right now. Right now. Can we line up, please? I know public relations. Any other committee wish there's normally a symbolic handing over of your document to the president. So we are saying we'll accommodate that now. I know Itina asked for it. Is Itina here? Yes, we are ready for that activity. The Women's Status of Women Committee, any other committee? Yes, you can come in up. You can just come and we stand here. The president, you'd need to be down here. That's where they tend to. Madam Harrison, you'd need to be down here. Down here. And the cameras, oh yes, the camera is in position. Can you move us a little faster, please? Yes. Or the all presidential photos. And then, of course, remember, after this is settled, we are going to make our big circle and we are going to sing our solidarity song. I sincerely hope that the technicians have that tuned. If they don't have it tuned, I'm going to ask the administrator to just ensure that we treat with that. Anybody, I'm not seeing anybody free. Mr. Smith, you can assist me with that. Just ensure that they have the music tuned for when we make that big circle that we're singing. I must come now.
So for those who are not aware, each year the parish associations do newsletters that capture the activities of the parish. When the newsletters are done, they are handed out at the annual conference to the presidents and the secretary general. Also, we have parishes exchanging newsletter with each other. So we have Team St. Anne, we have the parish president, as well as the public relation officers. Give them a round of applause. And we want to congratulate these parishes. It's a lot of work. They would have worked on the Clarion, which was ready for annual conference. Please give the Public Relations Committee a round of applause. And we also want to acknowledge our court members who are here. Shanice Dennis, Kerry-Ann Coombs, Rhea Richards-Peart, Nyla Lauser, Audley Fair. Please stand and be acknowledged. Thank you. So now we have Team St. Mary, PRO. Oh. PRO Donette Cousins, and she also doubled as sports coordinator for St. Mary. And those of us who are active in JTA knows that being a PRO and sports coordinator at the same time is no easy task. Yes. Then we have Clarendon Parish President, representing our PRO, Dr. Latoya Reeves. Then we have Team St. Catherine with PRO and the parish president. Attention. Then we have PR St. James, PR York. And let me tell you something about PR York. She was badly affected by Hurricane Melissa. Lost her home. And it did not stop her from serving, from representing St. James to the best of her ability. Yes, she lost everything, yet she continued to serve with diligence.
I thank the Lord, Mama used to pray for me. I thank the Lord, Mama was there for me. Oh yes, I thank the Lord, oh Lord, oh, you made a way for me. And yes, I thank the Lord, hey, oh, you delivered me. Many times I'm on the west side and I feel
come together. So we're taking we have the stalwart among us, PR Westmoreland, Sister Jean Brown, another very committed PR who was badly affected by Hurricane Melissa, yet she continued to serve with diligence. And all the newsletters will be posted on the JTA's channel.
Can never repay you for all you've done. I remember you would say time and time again, the Lord will make a way.
Thank the Lord. Mama used to pray for me. Yeah. Oh, I thank the Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
Mama was there for me.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank the Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
Oh, you made a way for me.
You made a way.
Yes, you did. And I thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
You delivered me.
You delivered.
Oh, yeah.
Trelawney.
I thank the Lord. Mama used to pray for me. I thank the Lord. Mama was there for me. Oh yes, I thank you, Lord. Oh Lord, oh, you made a way for me. And yes, I thank the Lord. Hey, oh, you delivered me. And many times I'm on the west side and I feel so low. And many times I feel like giving up, but I got
The Chief St. Thomas, President Roy Main Robinson, deputizing for IPP Tamara Heron Hay.
thank the Lord.
Thank the Lord. Yeah,
You made a way for me.
You made a way.
Yes, you did. And then I thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
You delivered me.
Delivered me.
Oh, yeah.
Mama, your words shape my destiny, my destiny. I'm so thankful for the things that you told me. Yes, I am. I can never repay you for all you've done. I remember you would say time and time again, the Lord will make a way.
Thank the Lord. Mama used to pray for me. Yeah. Oh, I thank the Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
Mama was there for me.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank the Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
Oh, you made a way for me.
You made a way. Yes, you
And then I
did.
thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you very much, delegates.
All right, colleagues, we are going to move now into courtesies. Counting seems to be taking a little long. So we're going to call on Madame Prim Lewis to move the courtesy to Dr. Mark Smith, outgoing immediate past president. Yes, indeed. So she's moving it to him in his former position prior to Monday night.
And
Pleasant afternoon, conference. Pleasant afternoon, council. It is with sincere appreciation that we pause to recognize and thank our outgoing IPP, Dr. Mark Smith, for his dedicated leadership and service. IPP, Dr. Smith, your tenure has been marked by commitment, vision, and willingness to serve. You have led with purpose, championed the interests of teachers, and helped to move the organization forward. Today, we celebrate not only what you have accomplished, but also the impact of your leadership. As you demit office, we say heartfelt thank you for your time, your energy, your wisdom, and your unwavering commitment to the teachers of Jamaica. Dr. Smith, your chapter as IPP may be ended, but the legacy of your service will continue to inspire us. On behalf of all of us, thank you, congratulations. We wish you continued success in all that lies ahead. Dr. Mark Smith, we know that your family is delighted to have you full-time now. We salute you for your service and wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you. And we now call on Mr. Jasford Gabriel to move the courtesy in our president's former position of president-elect for the year she served.
Madam President, formerly President-elect Lasagna Harrison, on behalf of this august body, I'm sure that they would join me in extending heartfelt congratulations to you in your substantive position now for the second time. It's always a wonderful thing to gain the approval of your peers and your colleagues. The fact that you were, yeah, you can go ahead. The fact that you were resoundingly elected for the second time to serve as president of this powerful organization is a testimony not only to your love for the teachers, but your tenacity and courage to wrestle with the issues that confront us in the 21st century. We observe very keenly the strong and sterling support that you gave to President Malava as you served on the presidential corps. That sense of support and the unity that you fostered, I'm sure is something that you'll benefit from in your current capacity. And so, as you continue to serve and unite this wonderful organization, I want to again say thank you so much and for offering yourself for leadership, and say as well thanks to the membership for electing Mrs. Lasagna Harrison to be the 62nd president of the Jamaica Teachers Association. Could you put your hands together for her again?
Thank you very much, Mr. Gabriel. And now we call on Roy Main to move the courtesy to Mr. Mark Malava in his former capacity as president of the Jamaica Teachers Association.
Good afternoon, everyone. I must say I wasn't prepared for this, and then I don't think I should just speak from the heart. So our team had shared our thoughts previously, and so I'm going to read what I wrote, and this, I think, will sum up everything. Before President Mark Malava, there was, to us, Malava. Malava, the principal, who was a quiet advocate for better wages for educators and often didn't feel comfortable with the color green. Malava, who said what he meant and meant what he said. Malava, who didn't really trust or understood the structure or objectives of JTA and always thought that more could be done for teachers if representation was relentless and intentional or purposeful. Then there was Malava, who has always been a humorous social butterfly and the life of every single social gatherings. Agree? One whose smile was contagious and whose presence was always felt. One who parents, students, and the community feared. And I'm from St. Thomas, I know. And employees truly respected. We have watched our president lead without fear. Though he doesn't always listen, very much so. But I have to be careful with my words because then he's coming back to St. Thomas in his post as principal and then we're just next door, so. But he doesn't always listen, that's true. When he has certain situations going on and when he feels strongly about that particular situation. And I always tell him that you need a third eye sometimes, Prezi. Just check, no man, check in. But he has never forgotten his purpose and never lost sight of his goal. He looks out for his peeps, his people, and he's very loyal to the core. His pure intentions and heartfelt advocacy is loved and appreciated by majority members. I feel pleased, and we all feel pleased, IPP, to have served with you. The man bowl for true, don't see it? No, sir. Him no watch no face. When him step out to represent his teaching fraternity, look here, right out. No questions asked. And that's good. We need that in the society that we are in today. His famous terms you all know. Anybody can remind me of at least two? From where I'm at, yes? This is where, yeah. Once you hear him quote those phrases, we'd know. His words are? Yes. Everything final. Sir, you have achieved a lot as a president and as a human being. And two things that we will always remember: the National Disaster Relief Oversight Committee. You truly took that on with a heart of gold and passion. And I'm sure that the persons in the West are forever grateful. We are definitely grateful and proud of you. Then, for me, this is very important. Is it the JTA Plus? The Sachicore's Critical Illness Initiative. Sir, I love you for free just for that one. It is well needed, and we need to take critical illness seriously. God help those who help themselves. You made your mark, and you will always be etched in our hearts. You also gained a few gray hairs, right, sir? Yes. And I think I noticed a little pouch going on, just a little. Yeah, but well done, good and faithful servant. We do love you for free. Congratulations.
Thank you very much to all three persons who moved courtesies. And no, it wasn't anything. Don't happen. That's it. All right, so the persons who have been elected to General Council are Devaney Chambers. Can I ask you to take your seat? Calvin Walsh. Fatima Alimin. Nyla Lynch. And Bernice Beckett Dehaney. So those 5 persons, and we welcome you to General Council. So we have concluded this exercise. It is now for our president to make her closing remarks, after which we're going to join our circle and we're going to sing the JTA Solidarity song. Madam President.
Colleagues, I'm truly of the belief that we need an additional day to conduct the business of the teachers of this nation. I'm truly of that belief because there are matters that we have not been able to treat with, and also we really want to honor that afternoon off where people can just truly go and relax and enjoy whichever facility that we are hosting our conference. Let's see when and if we will get there, because it is important all that we have to treat with. The theme is Reformation Now, rebuilding a resilient education system buoyed by the eternal Father and unrelenting unionism. We have seen, we have heard, the teacher's struggle continues. There is much work for us to do. Much work. I pray we have constituted the General Council that we will be on one accord to go forth and to defend the cause of the teachers of this nation. You know, I think God has a serious sense of humor. Serious sense of humor. To have been there at the time of the restructuring exercise and to come back to be here at the time of closing the first wage negotiations after the restructuring exercise. I do believe God has a serious sense of humor. I do believe that even if persons do not acknowledge it, they know my heart concerning the teacher. And the teacher's position needs addressing. And not only our financial situation, but the matter concerning the conditions under which we work. I wish all of us could take a trip down to some of these schools in the West for you to look and to see the conditions under which our children, everybody political, both sides of the divide, campaign on better, providing better for our children. And the question still remains, and I do not ask the question of the Ministry of Education, I ask it of Jamaica, the owners, the true government of this nation. What do we want to see for the education system? What do you require for your own children? And I ask us as educators, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, because we can afford to send our children, or we can afford to, or we're not in this situation. I pray we have empathy for our colleagues and rise to the cause where it is that we need to amplify our voices together to get the nation to respond with more alacrity to the matter concerning fixing education overall and fixing the situation out in the West. My grandma of blessed memory used to say, everybody let her come to post office one time. Today for me, tomorrow for you. So this time it is the West that may be in turmoil and challenges. Next week, we don't know what can befall us as a nation. And it can be the East, it can be other places, because we're still in the hurricane season. Colleagues, the cause is great, but together we can. We are the teachers of Jamaica. We are the nation builders. We are resilient, and we are the Jamaica Teachers Association. Let us arise to go forth together to defend the cause of the nation's teachers and that of education in general. Every blessing to you as you depart from here to start the new school year. And I will just say to you, remain resolute. Remain on the mark. Remain ready for action. There is work to be done. Blessings as we unite and serve.
Thank you, Madam President. We are going to make our circle now. Administrators, can you assist me? We make one big circle around the room. We cross our hands and we join in our solidarity song. What is it? Right over left or left over right? All right. Guys sitting here, please, we need to get up and get in the circle and form. Presidential Corps. testing one. Right, so we're going to ask our president to close off in prayer for us and to send us on our way. And I'm going to just appeal to all of us. Our Leighton Johnson left this morning with his wife, many of you don't know, and they actually met in an accident. Were able to, Durant Dixon was able to go there and to render some assistance and so on. And I don't want us to take it for granted that we're just going to leave here and it's just normal and natural. It is only by God's grace. And so I'm going to ask us to be careful on the road, keep our eyes open, stay off the mobile phones, you know, and if the police stop you, just tell them who you are, and you should be okay.
May we bow our heads in prayer. Father, we give you honor, we give you glory. We thank you that you are God. We thank you that you are sovereign. We thank you that you are Lord. We thank you, Father, for we worship not all the other gods that are made by the hands of man, but we thank you that you are the God who has this scope, because you sit on the circumference of the earth and you see all things. You behold all things. You are in the presence of everyone, or everyone is in your presence at the same time. You alone are God. And so we thank you for how you have tabernacled with us from the start of this conference, from the church service until this day. Father, we ask for we place before you Mr. Leighton Johnson and his wife in a special way. Lord, should there be any damage physically and otherwise, even now we ask for your Holy Spirit to visit them and, Lord, to provide comfort and healing where necessary. Lord, we ask, oh God, that even to provide the resources for the fixing of whatever it is that needs fixing. Visit their situation even now. We ask in Jesus' name. Lord, as we depart one from another, we pray, oh God, for we know you are the all-seeing God, that you are sovereign, Lord, and so you're able to journey with every single one of us here present at the same time. So we thank you for journeying mercies. We thank you for renewed strength and energy a few days before the school year starts again, before the children come in and come with all of what they come. Lord, may the teachers look to the hills, from whence cometh their help. For their help cometh only from the Heavenly Father, the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. We thank you that you are our refuge and strength, a present help in times of trouble. Lord, remind the teachers, those of us who walk in the steps of the master teacher, that you have promised never to leave us nor to forsake us. And lo, you are with us, even to the end of the age. May we lead our lives, yield our lives to you, Lord God, that as you hold your end of the bargain, that we will hold and live according to the conditions and the standards that you have outlined in your word. Have your way in our lives individually and collectively. Bless us and bless education. Bless our children as you empower us to serve them with all our might. We give you honor. We give you glory. And we tell you thanks for all these things and other unmentioned mercies. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Just for the record, colleagues, if police stop here road, don't use my name, because my name don't go down road.
At the time of my life, I never felt like this before. Yes, I was so long now. I finally found someone to stand by me.